Nice kill by Pora. That's Artis down. He stood inside of a molly and a snakebite just to get that done. Evading death, 34 HP. Just about be able to keep himself alive for a future combat. They're watching for a flank right now. But with a Viper's Pit down, there's no need for BBL to go on flanks. They've got A pretty much on lock. They've left bathroom open. That's certainly going to be a worry in the next couple seconds. But it doesn't look like Navi have any intention of going elsewhere.
They've got so little time. Look how many people are on the site. 4 sat here waiting. This looks like it should be impossible. The spike is being planted. Little Bro giving it a go, but now they have completely run out of time and members to fight with. It is a solid hold once again. These gambles facing off for BBL, and I wonder if there's now just going to be that same sort of brute force pressure being thrown in. Again, though, you have to start looking towards those finances. Like, there is not a hell of a lot, especially if you look towards some of the lower players over on Na'Vi. It's not really available for them to get a buy into this round. I think the main thing that should, or maybe will, sort of help them a little bit is the ults, because they're actually doing pretty well in that sort of scenario. Got themselves an orbital strike as well, as you can see within the screen. That is a beautiful circle as always.
Excellent,
I'm
excellent
actually
work.
very artistic.
Yes, that's what the doctor said. And the A side, 2 players stacked up. It's your Viper, but again, we're seeing that same utility, that same wall put time and time again. The reason that they're putting it, though, is to fight into bathroom, or at least deny that control, but the control wasn't denied. Angel had snuck up, yet the first few shots don't land, and quickly BBL are able to punish that. Now, you're losing out on some of that initiating utility, but they still have quite a lot to fall back on. The problem here is weaponry.
This is sort of the classic Angel. It's like he's playing what we've seen from most people as a support agent, and he's not playing it like that at all. He is using it as a quasi-duelist. I'm going to pop flash for myself, and I'm going to go facing into these angles. And I'll be honest, it's not been working amazingly well.
No, it really hasn't. I think at the moment, maybe it's just coming down to a couple missed shots, you know? Right there, you had players not looking your way, but a very tight angle to fire back on. A risk worth taking, but the reward not found, and now we look towards the side of A, where a trade has been acquired. Brave, though, able to eliminate Zipback, buy a little bit more space. Orbital Strike used, it's going to get them a plant. And that's about it. Quite a defensive, a turtling one, and in fact, they're not even able to get the plant down just yet. Buying more time now with an aftershock down to 18 seconds. Players are getting close. They can even start to spam pretty soon with Xiao down. Oh, that spike's very close, but it is put down on the ground. Just about. Damage through the pit is massive. Sagetsu on 49, Artis on 77, and down goes the pit. Artis has to do it alone. It's only a 1v2 though. A very winnable fight for this man. We've seen him do it many times in the past. The players he's up against, Pora and Reezy, they're hitting their shots, they're looking good, and combining together. The stun didn't hit. The second shot didn't either. Nice one onto Pora, but Reezy gets the clutch. 6-3, BBL now doubling up on the rounds of Na'Vi. This is one hell of a start to Navi's map pick.
Yeah, it definitely is a map again where a lot of the time we'll talk about the defensive side being that favored of the two, but I feel like there's been a lot of opportunities that Na'Vi could have capitalized on. BBL, though, have done really well to sort of pull back a lot of these retakes, and that's the thing. I feel like their B site hold has been fantastic, and then their A site retakes have been very good, other than when Sagetsu just slammed them. So they have put themselves in a fantastic position, and already we're going to be getting ourselves a pause. Someone we have to highlight as well, Pora making his way back to the main stage. Obviously, we've seen him in the past on rosters like Heretics, even on BBL before. He is 13-6 at the moment while playing a Breach. He is having a lights-out game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, what a return to the EMEA stage for this man. 13-6, 1 assist. I mean, he's just doing all the work himself. You really can't complain. For Na'Vi, well, they certainly can. 3 rounds here on the attack. It's starting to feel like deja vu. Last season, a tough start, losing out to Koi, a team that didn't really do much damage as the season went on. And we had our questions. But Na'Vi bounced back, as always, as they literally always do. But they're hoping to avoid a slow start here. I mean, coming into this season, there have been so many changes to these other teams. There's no such thing as a free win. And I think yesterday highlighted that, underlined it, and put it in bold.
Again, we're going to see this early Viper screen placed down. And I'm more so just looking at this man here. It's going to be that aggressive push from Kushner. Bear in mind he has his ult online, so he can look to almost take that control early. try and find someone out. Also has the operator. The rest of the team still going for that stack up, but hasn't really found anything. Bear in mind, they already spotted a couple of rounds ago with the Tiger. The Xiao was lurking outside of this position, so he's very happy to just wait and hold on to this control. And Xiao looking like he might be about to walk straight into the trap.
You know there's a good chance that Navi decide to initiate, well, obviously with the flash there, but having Thrash, if they spot you in an isolated corner, you are not getting out of there alive. You need to make sure, oh, they just heard the flash being taken back, but it doesn't matter. The shots through deal damage to Angel, but he's able to survive. There'll be no further punishment.
They're so patient, and they are starting to wrap back around. Bear in mind, Elite at least still has himself a snake bite to delay.
Baisu, Anam.
But it's whether or not they face into this.
Kažin kaip Navi Valorante tokia pat gera kaip Cesa būdavo.
Almost immediately, and it doesn't matter. Cushion is going to land it anyway. An instant TP, but a trade out, and Elite's going to land the shot
Lekai ilgai Reizo ultis jama. Čakas pasiėmė ultinai numirė.
Struggling when it comes to the showstopper, but Sagetsu is making sure that BBL struggle with side control. Plant still not down. 17 seconds left, but it doesn't look like there's any further contention with Brave down. Smokes are out of the question. It's going to cause problems. Pora, only one flash to play with. Reezy already burned up his, but Pora's put it to a 2v2. A fantastic kill for this man. So he can now buy them a little bit more space to cross over, and he spotted both players, but that information came with a very heavy cost. Price tag more than they were willing to pay, with Reezy now having to try a defuse under the nose of two players. This just isn't looking good. Xiao still has a molly, but a post plant is not needed. Not with time this low. Instead, they will face it. Wow.
There was a moment.
They almost wish they had that molly lineup, but it worked out. It's all okay in the end. Sagetsu from this position, he just doesn't let you down.
No, he has been one of the more consistent players so far in this game. Even still, though, a close round, and one that actually, again, leaves the economy of both teams sort of on the brink, more so for BBL. Even though they managed to win 3 rounds in a row, they were close. And thus, it means that, well, you got a showstopper still, save from the previous round. But by the looks of it, it may only be a singular rifle here. Now, if Na'Vi can grind back a couple of rounds, this ends 6-6, you're looking at a very good half. So, for the side of BBL, it's a must that they do some damage here.
I'll be looking for even more than just damage, but take a look at the minimap. Just one player on the A site. Smokes are down, and there's a question on Kushner's mind. Should he be sticking around? Should he be running, or should he be popping that ultimate? And it looks like that decision is being made, and a player was spotted, but the shot lands on top of the box. Navi have got a team kill under their belt. This time it wasn't Zipan going down, it was Angel, but look, it seems recoverable somewhat. Just 2 players left, damage across the board, though BBL making it insanely competitive. And with Xiao just one hit to this Sheriff, it's now insanely close. Rolling Thunder for Pora. He's on his way to the B site. He knows that TP was pulled in just moments ago. Does he sprint in? Once he hears it's planted, that ult might come into play, but no. And with the snakebite keeping him out, it's a good thing too. He's just 65 HP. Can't afford to lose too much. There's the peek and the shot from Bora, putting him in his place. Sagetsu's disrespected them in so many rounds, but not this time. 7 for BBL.
Yeah, it seems like those were the sort of 2 players you want individually to take that fight. You can understand the confidence in the Red Bull clutch from Sagetsu. He's like, okay, I've been winning most of my Angels. Let me take that 1v1. Let's know exactly where he is.
Down and out.
The fact is, though, it's maybe that molly kill. What did it cost? Everything.
Everything.
Angel going down, and Pora, he has just not been missing this game. We spoke about it with Boo. A man coming in that you don't necessarily expect to be right at the top of that board, playing more supportive roles. Pora's doing exactly the same. 16 and 7, lights out performance. Didn't even need the Rolling Thunder.
No, he didn't. That was the crux of it for me. I'm thinking the whole time, when is he going to use it? Where is he going to use it? Instead, he sits down, takes the headshot angle, and goes, he's going to peek me. And rightfully so. Sagetsu's had a good game so far, but not good enough to win out on that clutch to give Navi that extra lifeline. So to be 6-5 right now instead, they're guaranteed to be behind moving into the next half. The question is, by how much? BBL search for an 8th round to close this out. They've already seen that it's an A hit. They haven't got players Kushner's that close by. Elite might even fade back into the smoke with the utility in play, but Kushner's not going anywhere. What is that from Elite? So much damage done, and they're not aware of Kushner. He's coming around the back, taking every fight, and with Sugetsu low. 70 HP, surely not. It comes down to a fraction of a health bar. But BBL will find 8 rounds by some miracle.
Viskas paliko, tai įsistoja, kiam laikė, šerifas nenužudė.
I feel like he deserved to win the round. That was truly ridiculous. The shots that are being hit by Sugetsu, as said, like, that man lives in the aim lab, but even still, fantastic half for BBL. As said, so far, this tournament has been the tournament of underdogs. We had Giants and Foot, 2 of our sort of like top 4 last year, going down to have to face each other in a lower bracket. Na'Vi, obviously another team that was up there last year. If it keeps going like this, they might be about to join them. It would be a truly absurd turnaround if our table was flipped almost completely. Gentlemate's going to beat Fnatic. Should we just throw that one in the mix?
At this point, you know, no, that's too far. But anything else,
I cannot get behind that. But anything else, sure.
But anything else really is up in the air. You know, at this stage, from what we've seen of BBL on their defensive side, now moving to the attack, a little bit more freedom for a lot of their players, a little bit more pressure on individuals of Na'Vi on their setups. I am starting to get worried. Again, though, with it being the opening match for Na'Vi, I know this is kind of expected. We all know this can happen. But they can warm up moving into this second half. We'll see if they've got what it takes to keep this game alive.
Yeah, this tournament format doesn't really give you much time to warm up, though. No. You 2 matches, you're out. 2 matches, you're in the playoffs, unless you're Fnatic, in which case it can be 1. Either way, it's already looking pretty bleak. Pistol round in a good spot. Plenty of utility to try and deal with this. Wingman going to try and get anything, but he's not surviving that one. And now getting anyone onto this spike is going to be imperative. Running out of time to do anything, and now it's left all onto Artist. He's back on the block, but he's got to figure out where Brave is. Knows it now, but the time is ticking. The time is gone. He needs this kill immediately, and it is not happening. Another round on the board. Brave will seal it, and BBL, they're running away with this game.
If I'm not mistaken, Brave even got hit by one of those wall bangs, putting him down to a sliver of health. You know, there's been so many of these rounds where BBL have just edged out the victory by a slight bit of health, a slight couple of seconds here and there. That's all they needed. The extra pistol round victory with such a lead at halftime. Tom, the odds are certainly stacked against Na'Vi now, despite a good performance in the pistol from Artis. We need to see them answer up, not in the next round, because, well, they're going to be playing pistols most likely. BBL, 90% of the way to having 10 on the board. And then they're in the home stretch. Very worrying times for So Marcus in the crowd. Scrapping the content ideas for later today.
Oh dear. Don't make him cry already. It's his first day back. Like, come on.
Don't go easy.
Not on Marcus, at least.
Nor do BBL, from what we've seen so far. They've been playing one hell of a game. And this is the squad that we were hoping to see last year. You know, I think for BBL, not making it to international events and whatever, that aside, it's about being competitive on the server. And I feel like they fell flat in a number of games last year. If they can keep up this kind of performance, they've got something special.
Well, that's the thing. This was the proper rebuild. This is where the fan favorites, unfortunately, had to go. And the players that make things competitive have joined the roster. An after plant that leaves very little to be desired. Dizzy going through. It has left players blind, but they just don't have the weaponry to compete at this stage. Being slaughtered by everything that's on the board. At least getting a few kills along the way. But Elite will be there to close it. I believe the extra rifle will be saved, and all that's really lost is the SMGs.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, perfectly reasonable, level-headed round for the side of BBL. 10 rounds on the board like we expected. And now the chance for Na'Vi to fight back. They're one away from an orbital strike. They're getting rifles on the board. And the investments are going to be, you know, not the best for BBL with some of the losses they've had. This is a true bonus round for them.
Yeah, they're going to play as a bonus. They're not going to invest into all of those extra weapons, which they probably could have done, but it's more so just to make sure that they'll have a decent purchase into the next round. The other thing as well, unfortunately for them, is you look down at the ultimate orbs, there's not really anything particularly close. They can maybe try and fight for Brave's ult to come online, but realistically, you see the challenge coming through on B-Long from Na'Vi, putting the pressure on super early on in this round, just looking to almost surround this area and just keep that control. They'll leave Xiao behind, at least for now, just placing smokes and not allowing any real positioning. But after the early show over on that A site, BBL are going to start making their way back. And that's the thing, when you find that control, you don't spot anybody, the Dizzy doesn't get anything. That's why you start rotating your players away. Playing into this in the late round, just look at that rotation already. You can see it on the side of Angel. He's going back towards that A site. In fact, it looks like Xiao's going to join him. And finally, that execution begins, but the fact is there's nobody here anymore.
This is so nice, you know, and it came off a little bit of utility from BBL. Putting up the Viper Wall, Elite used all of his toxins. But the window that they opened has allowed the whole team through. Now the flank is being watched. Poor's managed to sneak his way into a position you might not expect. They've just taken the site, remember. They're clearing it, but only half. And now there's a rifle on the floor. They weren't going together either. Remember, we didn't just see Zipan here. Earlier on, Artis was by his side, but having split up, he'll now make his way through long. A flash close for Angel, but this player's closer than he expects. Luckily, Brave is dropped. Na'Vi still alive in this round, still breathing with an orbital strike, eliminating Elite. No more Viper utility. Post plants now get a little bit easier as BBL are left with just Pora. They know where he is. He's already got a kill, and the sprays make it so easy to fire back. Well handled by Na'Vi. They've lost one player this round, and considering the utility, the hardware that was brought in by BBL, that's exactly what we needed to see if they're going to bounce back into this half.
Yeah, even still though, it's a good sign for the sort of beginning stage of the half of BBL that they're able to almost play their opponents like that. I do think they'll be a little bit disappointed though that you're from a 5v4, you don't do any extra damage. Like, that's got to be infuriating. Okay, you bait out the orbital strike, but that's probably one of the reasons why Xiao was actually happy to leave. It's like, okay, we can clear a very big angle of this, and if they made it just a little bit more sketchy, they could have easily won that one.
Well, early strat here seems to be B-centric. 3 players here, flash down long, and a big push from Angel. But they've seen that there's no one here. He even used his own flash. I believe they had Artis pop one as well. So they were really looking to scrap for B-Long. They've seen no one there, so the rotates begin, but not on time. BBL were a little quicker than expected. They're already breaching into the site just as Artis gets here, and it's too late to reclaim control over Lamps. Now they've got another angle to fight from. This makes it much more difficult for Na'Vi to support each other. They don't need it. Sagetsu's going off on site. A quick double and a real chance for Na'Vi now as they can just slow it down, pop their utility, and make it so uncomfortable for BBL, forcing them into individual duels that they are not winning. At least they weren't. Elite has stepped up to the plate, but 3 more hostiles to eliminate.
He's actually going to stick it. Just needing to get that plant down. They've been struggling to do that for the past minute. But eventually, they found it. Finally, Xiao can make his rotation after waiting patiently for a player to head through the TP. Artis hoping to find someone with a pre-fire, but that clock's starting to tick. They need to get a move on. Kushner just can't quite land the shot. And now Elite with everything left to do. He's been great so far, but this would have to be the best of the bunch. It is going to be another round of this climb back for Na'Vi. And that will also be the finances of their opponents put in the bin.
Yeah, excellent retake, and I think fantastic patience on display as well from this squad. You know, after this opening by Sagetsu, which really buys them that space to play with, another kill for Zipan, then they waited for Xiao to rotate in so they'd have that extra smoke to play with, they'd have the molly potentially, and just the extra body to go into those fights. And nobody overextended, nobody gave those kills away, and that's exactly what BBL were waiting for. Waiting for your opponent to make a mistake, not a bad idea. But they've just showed you they're playing a tight game, so BBL call a pause. Now it's time for them to bring their A game to the server.
No, I think it's important, especially on the attack side of this map. Like, we've seen a few teams recently run a lot more attack-sided compositions, like throwing in extra duelists, throwing in like Yoros and stuff to bypass a lot of the utility. That's not really the case for BBL. Okay, you have the breach, which definitely gives you a little bit more in terms of setup, but when you have that Sky, especially now that it's been nerfed that little bit extra, you're going to be looking at, okay, you have a couple of flashes per round, they're not going to regenerate into the late round, so you can't have these extra little burst plays, and also the main reason you'd have it is for the offensive side information. So it's going to be interesting to see how they actually get things moving. And it can very easily get out of control, especially with a team like Na'Vi. Let's be real, more than maybe any team in the world, they have been down many times, but they are never out. So getting in that early pause, I respect it from the coach. Now we kind of have to look at what they're going to come in with here, because they're not going to be buying. They don't really have much to play with. We've seen a few pistol plays here and there. Pora especially has been sublime. But can they pull anything out of the hat to just get them closer, get them to that 11th? Because if they win this map, they're heading on to Ascent, which, as said, no one wanted to play them on Ascent. Literally no one. Yeah. I think they were one of the only teams who actually take a map off Fnatic, right? It was insane.
Yeah, you're right, actually. And you know, considering how the previous season went for them, you know, it really just highlighted it again and again and again for us as time went on, over the years even. You just do not face Turkish teams on this map. And for Na'Vi, they've taken the risk. If it doesn't go well for them on this, they're in a lot of trouble. But you look, they're 4 behind. They've got rifles. They have some ultis. BBL don't have anything. They're running pistols. And based on what we saw yesterday, that means they're going to win the game. Because teams were just destroying on these kind of buys. Add to that, it's a Turkish team attack side grouped together. This is where they get very, very dangerous. But it's the recovery that can come into play, something like Thrash. You get a little bit scared, throw this out, find out where they are, and grab none of them. Oh, that's a little awkward. Nice shot by Kushner as well, and now it's getting scary. Elite was by his side. The trades are going the way of the attackers, and Artis does well to at least pull it back to reality. 11 HP on Kushner, but a rifle retrieved for Elite, and he's had some really nice rounds so far.
Spike's in a horrible, horrible spot. Like, just getting that out of this corner is not going to be easy whatsoever. But you're basically going to have to push into the rifles, and I don't really see how they're going to be able to get that back without basically eliminating everybody, and it just isn't going to be happening. 10-7, Na'Vi somewhat starting to stabilize after what was, again, a very shaky position, but you have to bear in mind as well, Showstopper used. The other thing, though, is ultimate-wise, it is still very much in BBL's favor. Viper's Pit, Seekers, Orbital Strike online. Everything getting closer for them having basically a BS round where you can just spam your ults and get them to 11.
Well, that's it. That's why they use the Showstopper, right? You wouldn't typically use it in a round like that, but when you look and you say, I've got 3 other ultis online and a Rolling Thunder that was, I think, 3 away at the time, why not? Why not? And look, it didn't pay off with a round win. Some damage. Maybe some information that they got from how this A-hold is being played. We'll see. I definitely still want to challenge for it. Breezy.
Oh, Zip has a nightmare today.
You can tell he's been practicing his Raze utility. That's what I love about it. Nice shot by Zip, and he might not have the util down. Hey! There's a Showstopper with a kill, and it wasn't himself. That's a good one.
Third time's the charm. That's what they say.
They got there in the end. It's one of the weakest ults in the game. Don't worry about it. Nice flash by Angel and a kill to follow up. Okay, Na'Vi certainly have the reins now with BBL falling to pieces. Pora and Elite left to pick those up. And what a task that is. Great flash coming out of Artis from the site. It popped and pushed him back. And really, I don't know what the plan. There is no correct call. Roll the D20 and see where you're going. The odds be ever in their favor as they decide to go to spawn. I left my D20 here. I really thought someone was going to steal it, but I was very happy when they didn't. See if they can steal these.
Just to check, that's just a 20-sided dice.
Yes,
right?
it is.
You're calling D20.
Custom Lord of the Rings one from the Magic set.
But yeah, no, that's really cool.
Thank you. Everyone always says that. Looks
Lauren
like
said that as well, didn't she?
She loves it. It might be able to take this weapon out of Elite's hands, but I don't know if they're going to quite suspect him to be that far down. 6 seconds left. Angel's on his way. Gonna be a weapon taken, and indeed it is. Now Pora wants to keep this in hand. Oh, great stun. They're all in an alley, but they're surrounding him. Damage, but that's not really the name of the game now with Navi's economy. For BBL, they wanted those weapons, and that's good denial from Na'Vi.
Yeah, they need a combo breaker. And as said, they have the ultimates to do it. Everything other than the Showstopper is now online. We needed a replay. Honestly, we needed it. He deserves it. He's been learning as he goes. He's going to hate us for this.
100%.
He's going to hate us too.
I'm
if he watches this back,
nobody sends him these clips.
Let's put it this way. Doombros, I know you're watching this back. Don't show it.
Don't tell him.
It's our little secret,
Think about it, you know, from a
I know you guys are like
perspective.
both Swedish and you should have some sort of like connection, but please don't do it.
Yeah, just take a look at what BBL are working with before we kick this one off. It's such weaknesses shining through from that side. Some ultimates, again, it's just not the round we expect to see that used in. Reezy has managed to get a plant for free. You can see the respect Navi are giving them.
I'm actually quite surprised they haven't thrown in the Viper's Pit here. But instead, it's going to be post-plant. And they do have a lot of post-plant utility available. Pora just almost waiting. He's going to use it immediately. Bear in mind, weaponry-wise, he doesn't have anything to really deal off this. The whole thing is on the time. It's delay. It's try and burn that clock down as much as possible. He's 100% dead, not even realizing that they've wrapped around behind him. Now, you see that orbital strike go through. Another few seconds burn off that clock, but they still have more to do. Already, Xiao is going to get himself onto the spike. He is going to go down. I don't even know if he did get it to half. That's the only saving grace. There's a small opportunity, but they have to get somebody on it right now, and it isn't going to be happening. They're going to take it just on the post plants alone. It is an alt spam, util spam round from BBL, and it is beautiful.
That was so good, man. The molly didn't actually fully get it either. It was half on the spike, so that could have been a disaster if someone just stuck it underneath. But then the snake bites come down as they get on it, take down two players who are just desperately trying to beat the mathematics, but stats don't lie. You will die in that snake bite before you get it half. We know that, and now you do too. Unlucky, 11-8, BBL looking unreal. What a round. It is surprising Navi gave them so much space. Unfortunate for Navi that they took so long to get back in. That Rolling Thunder, though, bought so much time.
I also want to say as well, like, out of all the teams, historically, that's not a BBL round.
No,
that's not something
no.
When we talk about BBL, we talk about Dragon Vandals and headshots. Like those are the things that we talk about. So already just a different look from this squad, something that they clearly had in the idea bank. But also, you have to bear in mind what that costs. So they lost 4 rounds in a row. They had to just use 3 of the 4 ultimates they have. The only one left is the Viper's Pit. So that is an expensive round.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, okay, weaponry-wise, they didn't have as much as they needed. But they can't do that again. They can't do that again until Na'Vi get probably to 11, maybe even 12. So they need to have something else a little bit more in this attack set, because right now they've won the pistol the second round, and that is it.
Yeah. And a miracle round that to say is not repeatable is an understatement. That would be a miracle to pull that off twice in a row. Definitely some challenges still here for the Turkish side. They have got the blocks lined up for them. The dominoes just need that little tip for Na'Vi. It's not a terrible position considering they did end up burning up so many of the ultimates. Still, post-plant Viper's Pit is so scary. For this squad of BBL, they will be looking to get that down on the B side. You can see right away, stun, blast pack up, although Kushner slows it a little bit. His teammate's not as close behind as he expected at first.
This is a full long play.
Is there potential TP? I mean, they're going to just burst out long. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, this is a huge gamble. They don't have anyone there. Luckily, when you have a breach entry frag like Pora, I guess it doesn't matter too much. Winning the aim duel again versus Saigetsu. And they are going to get this site now for free. A quick TP through with the majority of players spotted. Smoke off into Hookah and a little bit of a lurk being left behind from Angel. But they now use that final ult of the collection to get themselves into a strong afterblast. Ooh, the counter flash is not in time.
A nice try by Artis. I think there's nothing else he really could have done there. With Brave falling, could be something to report home about, but it's the problem is right here and now. Thrash goes in. Okay, you've got Kushner, but this player's close, ready to defend. They got baited in. A player sees, but the rest of the team ready to fight. Xiao's got no chance. Hit that TP, save the weapon, and hope you can win 4 rounds in a row. Otherwise, BBL will go on to their map pick with a map under their belt. This is a terrifying time to be a Na'Vi fan.
Yeah, and the thing is, this round again, it's something simplistic from BBL. Completely taking over that long jump. Bear in mind, Na'Vi knew from the knife that was thrown out from Artis, there was no one in Hookah.
Yeah. So
they were able to focus in on that angle. Saigetsu was staring down the barrel, and it didn't matter. Because Pora wins that opening duel, and the second they get into the flow spot, that's where they have their ideas. That's where they have the, okay, I'm going to bait for you, you're going to work with me, because we know what ultimates they have online. Sometimes that's all it takes. Keep it simple. Do something to work off the trading. The fundamentals for BBL right now looking good. And wow, at 12-8, their opponent's map choice, 1 round away from taking the lead and going on to the Turkish hometown of Ascent. Na'Vi got to be sweating a bit.
A lot. This is a very tough position. Stringing together 4 in a row is not going to be easy, at least for BBL. Like we said, they won that miracle round. They won a round where they 5B, get the opening trade, and Viper's Pit down, and perfectly bait the jump out of Hookah. Again, we need to see that normal round, or, hey, just one more random. Save up those ults, do whatever you want. 4 chances to close this out. They've made their decisions, and the decision is to move towards A, taking down one on the way in. It's Zipback, a big player for the side of Navi. Quite quickly, Angels trying to get on their back, cause them problems, and make them push further forward into the defensive setup and play from Xiao. He's got some support up top. Artist primed with a flash to go through the smoke, but not really able to get much done with Orbital Strike online for Brave. Post plant now is possible. Down goes Angel. It's Xiao and Sugetsu to do it all. Viper's Pit, maybe if they can get close enough, they can find something, but he's stuck up in heaven and he's being watched on the way out. They want to take these fights. The second that they get contact on Reezy, the swing will come through. And I don't see a way that this goes towards Navi. The time already ticking so far. Brave still has Orbital Strike, and it might not be used. It certainly won't be needed. That time ticking away as Sugetsu blitzes in. The Orbital Strike won't even touch the ground. 13-8. Another upset for EMEA's kickoff as BBL get off to a flying start. Their map pick, the Turkish map, up next.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary place for Na'Vi to be at this stage. They come in as one of the favorites for the tournament, a singular change, one that most people thought of as an upgrade. And well, it's an overhaul for BBL. People probably expected at least a few teething issues along the way, but the fact is, we've seen Pora come in, we've seen the whole team look fantastic. Either way, it's not our job to break it down. There's a break, and then the desk.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
작년에 이 선수들을 만났을 때
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. You here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my lover, be my trophy, the only one I want.
to the desk. 네, 이렇게 5일차 마무리했고요. 뎁 선수 만나봤습니다.
You know what? That's exactly how I throw my paint shells.
I thought he was just practicing
He's
lineup.
yeah,
He's pretty good with paint shells normally. I was a little surprised.
No, that's me on paint shells.
Ah.
Yeah, and I end up killing my...
I miss your body, baby. No,
Well, Forza BBL, what a start it is for the Turkish team, and also the return of Pora to VCT as well, as you guys can see him here in the AIM Labs warm-up. Not that he really needed the warm-up, because he absolutely popped off today. I'm your host, Yingsu, by the way, and I'm here in the studio with Lothar. Lothar, welcome back. New year, new BBL, and what a time for you to come back. They look great.
I'm insanely excited for this new phase of BBL, and it seems like it's a tournament for upsets, because who would predict that BBL is going to win against Navi on their first map, but they also represent very good teamwork. So I'm gonna actually bring a round 8 from the map on their defense when BBL showcases very good coordination, and in that round we have a very good defensive setup, something that we typically see. This is actually round 19, unfortunately, so we're gonna talk about this one instead, I guess. So in this round we're gonna see how they coordinate the entirety of the post plant with all of the util dump that they want to queue in a specific order. So we see Pora here on an initiator. By the way, I still remember him as a Cypher from First Strike when he was fantastic with the lurch. But let's play the clip. You're gonna see how Pora tries to stop and delay the diffuse and retake from Navi, and now he's gonna go for every single piece of util to queue with him being the first one. So Pora tries to use the aftershock. He's getting killed from the back, but now we're gonna see all of this util being dumped at once. We have the Brimstone ultimate, we have the Brimstone moldy, which is the 8 seconds long. Then we have the snakebite landing, covering together with the Brimstone moldy, which essentially kills this, the player again. And we have another snakebite coming in, and all of that was enabled by Pora's breach utility in both round 8 and in both round 19 that we've seen just right now. Pora was the let's say the first piece of the puzzle that allowed BBL to completely overwhelm Navi with the amount of utility that they had.
Yeah, what an important round to win as well. This is going to get a little bit dicey for Navi, because you and I both know, Lothar, you don't want to give BBL Ascent. They've already won Bind, and traditionally Ascent is the map that is a guaranteed win every single time BBL play it.
Look, for me, Ascent is a map where the Turkish players just are born. You know, it's like the playground for Jets players. But I do wonder, with all of those meta changes that we'll have in general on majority of the maps, if we're gonna see it happening on Ascent as well. Because typically, you know, this is a map that doesn't have a lot of changes happening. We're gonna see the Jets typically, the Chaos, the Killjoy, and then most likely just standard Omen. Sometimes we see the Brim in case the more, let's say, exec heavy teams want to be with the Brimstone, but I don't anticipate a lot of changes in the compositions, but I would love to see some.
I mean, if it's anybody that's gonna do what Loud did in NA, it's Navi, surely.
I mean, I love the Loud composition. There are some things you can work on to make it even more efficient when it comes to space taking, because with the Phoenix, instead of any other duelists, you can't really have like any kind of mobility, like TPs, or like dashing through, right? But that's something that showcases that Ascent still can be innovated a little bit, even though the map is simplistic in nature. But yes, Navi is a team that we expect to always come up with something different, something weird, but then somehow ineffective. Like we just seen on Bind, right?
Yeah.
You can see the idea from Navi. You can see that they have a set idea and planning, but the execution is not always to the same level that you anticipate from the players of this caliber.
I mean, I will have to say, BBL, they have been the king of Ascent for a long time, but we can't forget Navi also, even back in the FPX days, Lothar, they love to play this map as well. So if there's anyone that's going to give it back to BBL, it might be Navi. Who knows? This could be a 1-1.
I know. We all probably remember the biggest clutch of ever happening on Ascent with Argus, right? That was insane. I think that's one of the clips for the ages. Whenever someone asks for like that clip that made you be excited for Valorant esports, I think that's the clip.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the agent select and see if there's going to be anything very fun out here. Not so much, but we do get the Cypher.
Yeah, there's a difference between the Cypher and the Killjoy here. Cypher actually is very efficient on the A side, which is the, let's say, opposite of Killjoy. Killjoy is fantastic on the B side when it comes to stopping the initial push, while a little bit less effective on A. Cypher now has a unbreakable trip unless you use utility on the entrance of it. There's also a very nice trap on tree that stops the initial push from short, and you have fantastic traps against the Jet that is gonna be dashing towards the side. So it gives a little bit more safety net on that A side, but then maybe opponents will go towards B, and how do you plan accordingly to that?
Yeah, and I'm very, very excited to see Artist versus Kushner on the Jet battle. We didn't get to see that on map 1. We will get to see that, however, for this one. And of course, a reminder, if Na'Vi were to lose here, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. We've seen it with other teams in other regions. Lothar, you don't want to get eliminated this early on.
Well, yeah, definitely. You're going to play next matches in April then, right? So there's a lot of pressure actually coming into this tournament. It's not something to scoff at, and I feel like even those veterans in Na'Vi have to be feeling it if they will lose the second map.
Yeah, very important map indeed, and it's time to get back into it and throw this over to your casters, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and our analyst desk. You know what, Tom? Like Lothar said, a lot of pressure, and you really cannot understate that and the impact of it. I wonder if that's what got to Na'Vi, but it seems like BBL thrive under that pressure as they looked incredible.
Yeah, such a young player like Angel, he's always going to struggle under the pressure. Literally, I think it's his first time in the VCT, so I don't know how he's going to cope with going a map down.
Yeah, is that how you really feel?
No.
I thought so. I thought as much. Well, obviously, as you're seeing, it's going to be BBL mounting that attack side, Na'Vi on the defense, and well, you can see that the A side, 3 players there, not ideal because BBL decided to run it up, making it straight through middle. Trapwire's going to catch one, and a few wall bangs coming through. A wall bang to start this one out, another potentially. Zagetsu's
So
after
much
my
damage.
heart already. It's looking good with Na'Vi. Already 5 versus 3, damage done to Brave, and a completely shut out attacking side. They are just stuck here on the side of BBL, attempting to make their way anywhere, just isolated in the laneway. You don't see a push get halted quite so definitively very often, especially not in a pistol.
See, there's a high risk of me jinxing something here, but I don't care. I feel like Artist is going to come out with like at least 25 kills in this game. I don't know what it is. I just see him go back onto that Jet, and thinking back of like to the fish days. Like I know that he's just going to farm on this map, and that's the thing. It's like it's always been the frustration when you see him playing other things. It's not that he's bad at the KO or the Sova or whatever you have him on. It's just that he is unbelievable when it comes to this Jet. I think him versus Kushner is going to be a very fun matchup, and I also think this is going to end up being a very defense-sided match because that's something I've learned from BBL. So the sort of expectations there to do some damage, of course, at the moment. Scoreboard is the wrong way around.
Is it?
Yeah, just for anybody who didn't.
I thought there was some background contractual changes after that.
Just so yeah, that should be on the other side.
Well, also Na'Vi are not attacking, so more so the names. But yeah,
okay, sorry.
We'll get
this
there.
should be here.
There you go. You're loving this tool, aren't you?
Yeah, I really needed to do that. I saw Steel do it yesterday. I was like, I can do that. Now I'm just highlighting their names.
I think you're doing just as good a job.
Was that production? Stop doing that? Okay, cool.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, at this stage, on that defensive side, 3 Bulldogs, 2 pistols. It's a nice buy, a comfortable one. It lets them lose a few players to just the all-out aggression of BBL, the death ball that we saw yesterday from a separate team. And, you know, if you're BBL, damage the name of the game, but you've got to get 3 kills before they really feel the sting. Maybe just strip some shields, so they've got to reinvest those credits, but chances are astronomically low for anything significant. And I think you're getting to see that firsthand. Nice stuff for Artist. The key thing being, with him picking up so many kills, now halfway towards a Blade Storm.
Yeah, obviously that's one of the things that's happened over time is these ults have increased quite a bit for moments like that. So you don't get him on like a round 3 Blade Storm, but
we've seen it.
The fact is they're handing him over the rifle, they're handing him over the Vandal, because that's the thing, he is genuinely someone that can just take complete control of this map. I think it was something that they had with CNET as well. It's just that ability, and that's why this map has been so strong for them. I think the one thing I'm a little bit sad about is that we're not seeing Xiao on the Fade. I think that was one of my favorite things about watching Na'Vi on this map, is he was a Fade specialist, but it seems like he has switched more so into that controller role. For now, at least. Back to old school. Obviously, just the HUD being reset so that we can get everything correct. And what a start. Again, the dart coming out. I think that was a self-assist for Angel. He's going to throw that one out and get the kill with the wall bangs. Not what BBL were looking for. As I said, I expect this to be very defense-sided, but when you're playing up against what will be a slightly weaker buy, that's where you need to capitalize.
I love to see some sneaky beaky little wall bangs, and well, we're already off to one hell of a start on this map. Ascent is a home ground for it, really. Excited to see when we eventually get that Odin out. For now, Bulldogs, the bonus weapons in play for Na'Vi as they attempt to fight over control of the site. But look who's down below, sneaking around with Xiao. He's being caught. Good clearance by BBL. Good protocols on the way in. And no losses to report because of it. Nice and safe. You can't wallbang through that many walls, Zipan. Certainly not with that gun.
Spike play.
Considering they lost their jet early, the fact they got into the site and got into an afterplant is impressive. The problem is they've lost their lurk. They've lost quite a few players. In fact, Angel will eventually go down, actually peeking back in without too much of an option for a trade. Remaining two players stuck within the site. Elite this time, looking for a battle, but the trade is quick and leaves Reezy alone, left blind in the corner. Still manages to isolate the duel, though. Turned into the 1 versus 1 and a nice attempt, but Saigetsu eventually will hit himself the headshot. A third round in a row, a flying start for Na'Vi. Already looking like they're back to their old tricks.
Yeah, kicking it off with confidence, definitely an important factor for the Na'Vi squad, considering how things went previously. Seeing some innovative plays, the trap wire and pistol, the recon to wallbang here. You know, a lot of things have been going right, and that's exactly what you want to see after how the first map went down. Now we move into round 4, and thankfully they've left BBL with not a whole lot to work with. Credits are going to be pretty low, a stinger, some pistols, and 1 rifle. It's in the hands of Kushner X.
Yes.
So far, yet to get a kill, but attack side of Ascent playing as a jet, he is going to have a few rounds where the impact is negligible.
You have to hope so, otherwise I think they're going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, this is a map where Na'Vi are really playing comfort picks. Like, Saigetsu back on a Cypher, Artist back on the jet. Xiao can play anything, so I don't think that counts. Zipan on a KO, like, we always talk about his raise, but his KO on this map in particular has been phenomenal. So it will be one of those frustrating things where, as always, if this works amazingly well, you're going to sit there with Na'Vi and go, you could just play basic stuff and you probably win most of your games, but
that's not Angel's style.
No,
man.
no. If it's not creative, it's not fun.
And in a way, I agree. You know, we were having the conversation backstage last year. There weren't as much variety. There wasn't as much variety.
We've already seen like Phoenix coming back on this map, so that's what I want to see.
Nice dash. Not much to be found, but again, it's about space. The nade has denied all of that space. Zipan just completely stopped that plan from working. Jet dash in, take advantage of the chaos by spilling into every angle and find the trades. You can't do that when you're going to die to a grenade on the way in. So well timed by Zipan, good reaction, and that's given Na'Vi all this room to breathe.
30 seconds left.
Now what? 30 seconds left. You got to try and push into a site where there's still shot darts available. They could even, well, they could get a cage in here, but the fact is, Saigetsu hasn't moved because the spike could still go rotating back in the other direction, but the rest of the team are all stacked up. At this point, it almost gets to a position where BBL just have to die. Just go in to make sure that you get the extra finances. A nice couple of shots, but there's Artist once again. I said at the beginning, I think he's going to farm on this map, and already he will now have that Blade Storm available. 7-1 after just 4 rounds. And there has to be a response soon, Mitch. Otherwise, I do feel like this is going to get very far out of control.
I have to commend Zipan because you talk about his agent. I think it's such a good highlight of it. Just the fact that he has that timing, like what a timing it was, Tom, to be able to put that nade down. I love to see it. And it's even going to push BBL to calling a pause. Now 4-0 down. Their map pick, they don't want to let this one slip. But going over to Breeze, we don't know what we're going to get.
Yeah, and that's actually a map where in the past Na'Vi really did cook some things up. They were running Yoru yonks ago, and it worked the first 2 times, and never again.
And then Angel's TPs were kind of predictable.
But I imagine they're going to have some interesting stuff there. And it's always been, again, you can highlight him on almost every map. It was a very, very good map for Saigetsu. So I think that they do have to be careful, especially going into their own map choice, that they don't let things get out of control. And that's why they're taking an early pause. 4 rounds down. Okay, you've had the pistol bonus round. You've had a couple of attempts at buys. But this is where not only Are they getting their finances back in track? Although I say that, there's still going to be a Bulldog in play for Pora. But more importantly, their ults are getting close. They can actually go for the orbs and get a couple of ultimates online in this round. So I wouldn't be surprised if they attempt that. And on the other things, well, the main thing will be is disruption. And I'm looking at Ardis right now. He has got himself a Bladestorm available and is currently setting up over in towards that short position. So he's likely to do something very aggressive.
Yeah, this is somewhere that Ardis can really stick it to you. Take your early game plan and make sure it does not work. Smoke off, and he's right down in his spawn. Out comes the frenzy. Brave is so low. He knows he hit a few of those shots. But the blind, that forces him right back. Unfortunate for Ardis not being able to capitalize. Now we look elsewhere on the map, and the B side under threat. Trap wires ready. Some more wallbang setups by the looks of it. Both of those traps are in the laneway as they make their way through. They'll be able to catch them, but nobody there to spam back. Angel good on the Kushner at least. That's something to work with.
Yeah, I believe one of his trips is to just catch somebody in the
Boathouse,
air. Yeah, it is.
Oh,
It's literally above to catch the jet. It's a filthy idea. It hasn't worked out this time. They've also got the information, but it's going to be that spam back of the ultimate. Nice work from Reezy to make things a little bit more costly. Whoa, Ardis! He tried to finish his dinner from earlier on. Now it's left on to Xiao, but it's Reezy to shut absolutely everything down. And now BBL, after a quick paced push in towards that B site, they're going to have their first round on the board.
Yeah, I love that. Picking up the pace is what we needed to see. I was a little worried about the traps in play, but the dash went the other way, right? You didn't have the updraft dash oversight, which is really interesting. It's not often you see those trap wires here being put to play. I think on Split was probably the first time I saw people actively try to counter those updraft dashes, and now a little bit more depth added to it. I don't know if they will have even spotted that on the way through as well. That's the other, they didn't break it, so.
No.
But it's not like you'd be running into it anyways. So you're free to leave it once that updraft is used. 4-1 BBL, quickening the pace again, this time towards A.
Yeah, I like it. Try and put the pressure on. Saigetsu's here, but all of his trips are on the other side of the map. Xiao looking to try and support him. A little bit of surprise in the corner, but it's not going to do much. A singular kill, and then the trades are quick from BBL. A couple of players already here. The operator of Ardis, the first to take the pick, and he's going to land the shot, but do they know there's a second player? I don't know if they've seen Kushner still within this corner. This is a nasty spot. They might even expect him to just be underneath, but he might not be needed whatsoever. Eventually, he's there to drop the man that is Ardis, and now Angel. A late lurk coming back through. He's going to give away his position with this dart, just trying to find those couple of players. He knows that one of them, maybe even both, are going to be in that corner. The question is, can he find anything from it? It's going to be difficult from this position already. A move coming out from Kushner just to switch his position back in towards the corner. He still has absolutely no idea, and time is gone. There's nothing he can do at this stage to find anything. They're just looking to get out of there. Angel's looking to try and make it costly, and he will go down with the ship.
A valiant attempt with the shock dart. You know, I'd be impressed as Kushner is extremely healthy, but
he just dies now. Bing, bing, bing.
But it was worth a shot, you know. You can't blame him for that. But yeah, like you said, Kushner down below, the patience that he displayed, it got him the kill. I mean, you have to wonder how much of that is luck and how much of that is skill. Spraying through the smoke, catching the head. But yeah, no, you're right, Tom. He could see him.
That was his first kill, by the way, as well. That's how you get it done.
No comment.
That's how you're on the board.
No comment. Pora has certainly slowed down as well. He was leading the charge in the previous map on the breach. Hasn't been able to find his footing. But again, attack side ascent, I don't care. If you have two players finishing the half with 0 kills, just about grinding out those rounds. So far, doing a decent job. Updraft dash, no. It doesn't matter, the trap's not there, but he's on his way in with a normal dash. Kushner already seizing the site, and now trapping 2 players in the boathouse. This is quickly turning into a disaster, but they haven't spotted the second player. They don't know that. Never mind, all good.
What? Oh, you gotta be fuming. Like, he just let go and insta-killed him. Nothing.
I didn't even think you could draw a gun that fast. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I genuinely looked at the kill feed and went, it must have been a teammate that I just didn't see. It's like, nope, that was actually just, he let go of the spike, popped his head, and then went back. It's like, nothing happened. Really good resurgence from BBL. And as I said, I had high expectations that this would end up being quite a defensive-sided map. The fact is already, we've started to see a fairly big response. And I think Na'Vi are just struggling to deal with the pace. They have that obviously the Cypher, and they have a little bit of utility that can be thrown out by Zipan in terms of the fragment, but they don't have much else available to them to delay. And if BBL are just going to keep running in like this, they're going to have to try and do something a little bit more aggressive.
Same smoke gone out here. Artis denied any control early on. He wanted to opt that angle and take down Kushner and Pora as they made their way in the middle. Instead, that's free real estate for the attacking side as they've spread into a nice, comfortable default, looking for any over-aggression as they slowly chip away at the map control. You're not going to see that coming through, though, from the side of Na'Vi. They are very patiently waiting and just jump spotting mid, allowing BBL to make a reaction. The problem with that, and I actually think BBL are making the right play, slowing it down this round, because this is where I expect Na'Vi to overreact, but they're not.
Okay, so Saigetsu has actually just repositioned his trip into the middle of the site. It was there for some sort of early contact, but instead he's trying to catch someone and almost just play from the very back, clearly having expectations that maybe when he was on his own that he wouldn't be able to hold it.
He's moved it again.
Yeah, he's just constantly switching up the position. You can see it back in his inventory again.
I mean, obviously, this time he's got Artis who's just rotated just north of the switch, so has a teammate with him, feels that little bit more comfortable. Trap goes down to cover market, but it's over towards the A site we're worried about. Hunter's Fury popped off for one. Close to getting the second, but Brave just about sidesteps. Xiao, though, is here ready and waiting. That paranoia has caught all of them. They're blinded up. The drop comes in. Angel's only good for one. The blinded faded, but Zipan was still standing strong. The shining beacon for this squad as Na'Vi push up to 5. That lead extended into 2.
I think a lot of that helped by the disruption caused from Angel's ult, just being able to force them into some more awkward battles, trying to dodge that utility, and as you mentioned, the paranoia that came out from Xiao. He might not be doing too well in the fragging department, but definitely helping out in terms of the assists. Again, a response from Na'Vi, but you do wonder, to BBL, well, I feel like we can answer that. They are all building up outside of this B site, potentially just going to go for that fast-paced take again. It has worked well for them thus far. The slow and steady has not won the race.
Well, regular trap on the way through, and okay, knife hit. No more traps in play for a couple seconds, but the smoke won't allow them to deny. So traps come back up online. They're here again. They've heard them reactivate. It's at least some information. They fire a shock dart, grab one, destroyed, lockdown in play, pushes Na'Vi way off site, and a TP in bypasses the other trap. They've got a clean plant and just assuring that there's no extra player there. This is really powerful for the side of BBL. Without having to commit resources to B site, they can focus on fighting elsewhere, and it looks like market is where they want that scrap to go down.
The fact this as well, they have still a lot of map control, managing to hold a little bit more passively. These crossfires are just being, well, deadly for the side of Na'Vi, and just one by one they fall. Again, the pacier, more direct strategy from BBO is what's garnering the rounds, and it's one of those things where obviously you want to have a more layered attack. You want to go, okay, we're throwing a fast round, then we go for these slow rounds. I think they've just got to keep running it down. I think they've got to keep going for these pacey strats, because if you give opportunities to players like Artis, for players even like Zipan, who's right at the top of the board, even Angel had some of the warbangs early, it hasn't worked. When they've gone really quickly directly into the site, they've avoided the stack almost every single time.
Oh, a look of surprise on Angel's face in the replay. Things definitely not going the way they expected in this series, and now the map, the lead that they built up is under threat yet again. Kushner!
How dare you?
What?
How dare you?
That's Zipan! He just did that too! The Hunter's Fury just about avoiding the players. That could have been a death sentence with Kushner staring down the smoke, waiting for the reveal. With Zipan out of the round, the A side is most certainly BBL's, and Tom, like you said, they just need to keep up these pacey pushes. It's working every time.
It's disrespectful to a point, but if they can't stop you, why would you change it? And that's the thing, Na'Vi have had absolutely nothing in response. They haven't been able to lay. Even with the smoke, he still just went straight through it. And now Kushner's starting to come alive. He was quiet in the early rounds. Xiao, though, has somehow managed to make this one competitive. They already know exactly where both of these players are. They know that one of them is still in the backlines, one under the site, hiding within the smoke. But again, this clock is ticking. They have to get someone onto the spike, and Kushner just isn't missing!
Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous watching this guy play the game. He's only starting to climb up the scoreboard as well. I mean, this is
10 and 7 now.
Yeah, 10 and 7. He is since they quicken the pace, he has been delivering.
What was he like, 0 and 4?
0
maybe even 5.
Maybe 0 and 5.
He was definitely 1 and 5, I think.
Yeah,
but even still, and that was the one kill he got through smoke.
Yeah, that was the spam.
It was luck.
Pure, no, you said pure skill, Tom.
Yeah,
Don't go back on it now.
Sorry.
All right, you stick to your guns, just like BBL have with these quicken plays. Navi now calling a pause. They need to shift the focus to a much more strengthened defense, one that can slow down these pushes. And honestly, I don't know what that looks like. It might be proactive aggression, but we even saw from BBL, after they run a couple of these fast rounds, they slow it down and they wait for the pushes. Navi won that round because they waited, but if they decide to push this time, who knows what happens.
The funniest thing is the last 2 rounds, Na'Vi have taken aim A control early each round. The last round, Q should have dashed through their smoke and shot someone instantly. That wasn't like that Na'Vi were just going, no, we'll just wait for them to push us. Like, let's not use any utility. He was like, no, let's smoke. Let's be proactive. Like, I'm dead. I'm dead. So, he dashed through a smoke and killed me. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, it's not like there is a reactive spot there that you expect someone to do something that insane. But that's, again, it's almost the beauty. We talk about BBO in the last map having these wonderful executions using ultimates and utility and not even needing their guns. Now we're talking about the other side of the coin where it's like, they don't need utility, they don't need all this additional stuff, they can just shoot you in the face.
You can see what Doombros is working on there in the background. The breathing techniques were on display, in and out. Control that breathing, keep the blood pressure low, and hopefully you'll be able to power through. Find the solution.
They're just doing it
that
again.
Mental clarity.
They've left a lurk at least this time. One man sat towards middle that Na'Vi will have to deal with, but it is the same thing. The knife is going to catch every single one of the players on the way through. It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. Zipan has just been spammed out. I don't even think he saw an opponent.
Now he's just getting first blooded again and again. And I can't fault him for it. The pace out of BBL is just too much to deal with so far. Now they've got the site control, and it's pistols mostly on the retake. You can't have a whole lot of faith in this going their way. The spam's not working out for now, and as the smokes fade, that's when the rifle advantage really comes into play. Artis has been looking for someone for the last 50 seconds. Every angle he goes to gets smoked off. And this guy is just not having a good time right now. He can't see anyone. He went off mid, smoked off. He goes heaven here, smoked off.
He's gonna die immediately.
Yeah, good luck. I don't know. I'd love to watch that whole round from his POV. I don't think he saw anyone. Well,
it's just
at the end.
Last round in
Guys, I'll buy a rifle. I'll get some damage done.
It's like when, you know, 2 people walk towards each other, and then you both go right, and then you both go left. And you're like, you go that way, and then you still somehow keep bumping into each other. That's Artis the entirety of this round, just bumping into utility. And when he finally goes, screw it, I'm going through, instantly dead.
It's such annoying smokes coming out of Brave, and, well, it's fair to say he's doing a lot more than just placing the smokes well.
Bear in mind, this was 4-0 Na'Vi. Just take that into consideration. Now looking at the score, it's 6-5 on that attack side. Na'Vi historically were pretty good on the attack, but again, a lot of that revolved around that having the fade. I think it was very good for them in these sort of executions. They're going to have something very impressive. Otherwise, they're going into the lower bracket. They're going straight there.
It's just Na'Vi things, man. The lower bracket run is where they were.
When will I learn?
Founded. Yeah. This is it, Tom. When will we all learn? I went with you on the predictions. You know, we're mirrored today.
Yeah, which, considering I was completely wrong all of yesterday, is a really good sign for you.
I should have asked you first. I'm realizing that now, but here we are. I really had the faith in Na'Vi. Now it is starting to slip.
I'm all in on Liquid, you know.
Good. You should be. For BBL, this has been a tremendous display, already surpassing, I think, what most of EMEA will have expected from them. A victory still evading them, the double peak, but it's being double held.
This is one of the first times they've actually walked into the higher of the stack sites. Na'Vi have not been winning when it comes to the roulette wheel. They've been spinning each round. Orb will be taken. That's going to give the null command available for Pora, but there are still 3 players sat within this site, ready and waiting. Brave, by name and nature, tried to TP through the smoke, and finally, Na'Vi, after what has been 1 round from 6, is at least going to make it 2 from 7. They'll even up the scoreline as we go into that second half, but the fact is, they dwindle after the first 4 rounds.
I bet this has Na'Vi sat on the other side just thinking, what is going on, Tom? And for them, they at least get to change up now, move to a different side. Like you said, somewhere they have been comfortable before. And if we look at the majority of the success from BBL, it has been punchy, start of round, getting in their face, putting them on the back foot. That is much harder to do now that you come to the defensive side. So certainly some signs of life for Navi.
Have you watched Turkish Valorant before?
Sorry, that is much harder to do when you come to the defensive side for most teams.
Yes, there we go. Okay, that I'm fine with. Yeah, because Kushida, the gloves are off. As said, he had a really rough start to this map. He's now right at the top of the board, and I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon. Again, though, full stack up from the side of Na'Vi. Every single player sat outside B site. Shot dart, pretty much perfect. Artist is going to take a lot of damage. He's going to go over the top, and he's just one-tapped. Just get finished off by Reezy. He's been having a great game. Already a second in this pistol round. Trying to deal with him is Zipan, and he will succeed. Pora finds one with the fragment. And gives Elite a little bit of chance. He needs to try and hold on as long as possible. His teammates are very far away, and Xiao's right on him.
I wonder for how many seconds was he just screaming, smoke me, smoke me, smoke me, smoke me, but it didn't come in time. And Sagetsu's even pulled it back onto Pora, just brave left. He already used his smoke.
Spike planted.
It's not blocking off an angle that's terribly helpful. They've got the crossfire potentially, the swing afterwards. And Sagetsu was a little early on that, but it worked out. With a third kill for him, the lead is back in Navi's hands, just about.
Yeah, well, that said, they had a great start to this map. They won both pistols, although I'm starting to learn that maybe that doesn't mean as much as it used to. A lot of teams have been able to sort of turn around games with a deficit in the series we've seen so far.
One enemy remaining.
Nonetheless, we see the Na'Vi purchase. 3 rifles, low shields on every single player as well. So that does mean that these pistols, even though it's just classics, do have a bit more of an opportunity to do an extra little bit of damage. For Na'Vi's sake, you can only, well, you have to say 2 players. They can lose 2 players, because then they can still come in with the rifles. They'll buy them up into the next round. It's not a problem for them. Anything more than that, BBL have done a great job.
Right here. Again, though, you know, when you look at that value that BBL are able to find out of these kind of rounds on attack side, group up, push in, and force them to push you. Not quite the same when you swap over. One player already spotted, revealed on the way back. Smoke out from Brave. It's not blocking an angle they're on. Unfortunately, most of these players coming through short. Nice fight already. Artist, though, quick on the recovery. Although the ammo's a little low. It's getting too close for comfort, but in the end, it's cleaned up by Zipan.
The main thing for Na'Vi, always in those sort of rounds, you come in with the 3 rifles, you take the 3 rifles, and then you can buy up a couple more. That's basically the way that these purchases have worked. It's something they've been doing for the last year. The only thing that really comes through is obviously you're playing on the light shield, so now that your favorite gun's in the game, maybe that could impact it, but it's not being purchased on the other side. So that might be something that other teams are going to start to consider, going, okay, if this is a purchase that Na'Vi do consistently, we can now outlaw into round number 3, and you could wreck them. But obviously that's not something BBL have considered, because they haven't seen them play yet.
Well, exactly. And I think, especially with this map that's in play, the Outlaw is tough to use on some of these angles. Like, you're mainly trying to fight for mid. And so far, there's been such consistent smokes going down there. There's not really been long-range angles offered, so I can understand avoiding it in favor of some of these other rifles, especially.
Cover going out.
Defensive side from BBL. Void of any information right now, and it's not like they really need to move. That Killjoy setup's going to do work for them if there's any pressure towards B. It's mainly the mid control that I'm expecting Na'Vi to start to carve out in the coming seconds. Really, they've grabbed their orb, they've made a little bit of noise, but they haven't got any real significant control yet.
It looks like if they haven't already, I think they're going to be going back and maybe trying to claim the other one, because one more kill and that will get Zipan onto his ultimate and make this setup basically useless for Elite. Should expect there to be the alarm bot. It is the classic position for it to be in. 30 seconds left. This is where I normally expect Zipan to be around this mid position, but right at the back of the site, information garnered and a lot of damage being done, but no kills just yet.
Now, Lead and Reezy only have to delay this a couple more seconds as they're on their way through.
Easier said than done.
Both players get dropped. Yeah, the wide swing's not working. 10 seconds left, but the spike is now going to be planted. Damage done. Look at how low these players on Na'Vi are. That was the only full health player that's been taken down. Angel's on 4, Zipan's on 12, and Sagetsu's got 56. The problem is they've only got Pora to deal with. A gun from behind to take him out easily, and I think that market peak is gonna come through. No, it's very passive from Zipan. Because he's so low, they want to run this time down. It could have went awry. But in the end, Angel saves the day.
Yeah, if I've learned anything is that Angel, it doesn't matter what his HP says, he still believes he's on over 100.
He was 4 health there, right?
Full health, yeah, he had 4 health, yeah. A wallbang would have taken him out, but always feeling confident. Again, a little bit worrying now for BBL, because that's the thing with this purchase from Na'Vi that makes it so effective. They come in with 5 rifles, light shields, every single player. And now a 9-6 lead. The buy sucks, and also it looks like they're going to have a Judge no shields coming out of Pora, which I'm not sure where he's planning on using this. I guess short? Yeah, okay.
One of the more ambitious buys.
Yeah. It'll probably work now we've said that.
I suppose for the cost point, it is giving you a pretty much free map control. Guaranteed kill. A lot of the time that they make their way through, just about the utility bombardment. Maybe the drone. When we have seen Na'Vi move towards short, it's been droned out, but this time drone's making its way towards mid. Showing us that there's no intention of making this an A play, but you never know. They could swap back if they see too many players, too much resistance waiting for them there. And already that mid control is certainly conceded. Now it's being retaken. They're rubber banding on this back and forth as they try to find somewhere clean to go. Artis is down to 5. Very easy kill to be picked up by anyone with a bullet to spare.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for them is the information is going to be found very late. This push up on A finally coming through, but ultimately the take is now coming in on the other side of the map. Clock being run incredibly low. That's the one thing that can sort of play into the hands of BBL. Especially with this flank coming, but there is a trip available. Nice shot from Elite. The second time he's going to take Zipan down, but the trade's coming in thick and fast. Well, I imagine, yeah, that's been heard. There is absolutely, there's absolutely no way that Brave gets out of that position. The cam used as a distraction, and Na'Vi now getting up to double digits after what was a fantastic resurgence. It's now starting to really slip away. Same as before, though. 4-0, 4-0, both halves. Maybe this is where we get something from BBL.
It could be. And again, though, we haven't seen that extra element here in Ascent yet. It's been the pressure that Na'Vi crumbled under, the quicker plays that they couldn't keep pace with. Now, BBL need to discover that other element of it. And one of the problems that I see is that in the last couple rounds, Na'Vi have been looking for aggression. They've been spread across the map. They've had 2-man setups to hold a lot of these high activity points that BBL will want to try and pressure. We're talking bottom mid, we're talking moving through mid cubby. These positions are being held, they're being watched for. You can't flank A, you can't flank B because there's players there. And if we do see BBL try to get that little bit of extra aggression out, I'm just worried it will fall flat. The Na'Vi will be ready for exactly that. I'm curious to see what they come out of this pause with.
Yeah, unfortunately as well for BBL, there isn't going to be much in terms of ultimates or anything they can play with, but one thing that does get me that little bit more excited is the fact that we are going to have that operator coming into play. That's something that Kushner has been renowned for, especially when on this jet. You can expect to see him attempt to try and do something into mid. But as you mentioned, Ed, I think both teams have sort of been religiously just smoking that off, not allowing any real aggression. But Na'Vi have been going for late splits, so maybe he tries to get a little bit more cheeky, take a bit of a risk here and there. Again, though, early build-up outside B, and potentially a bit of aggression coming out from BB outside this A side, because it has mostly just been B hits thus far.
A very late knife coming out of the defensive side. Huge information to be garnered. No players there. Knife early, what does that mean? Often that it's going to be a B hit. They'll get here just in time. Kushner's arriving on the scene, but with an op behind the smoke, it's not ideal. It's not a fight most people would want to take, so he pulls out the classic? Question mark? Instead, Reezy's the one to find a kill, but he's got some trouble coming his way. They know exactly where he is. Full HP, good flash, but not a good delivery afterwards. Reezy, some more work to be done. He only finds the one, making it a very tough play for Brave. To be fair, his second kill, Reezy, he still did well, all in all. But with Brave in a 1v3, Zipan's low HP might not matter too much.
Man, it seems like Na'Vi are almost taking a leaf out of their opponent's book. Just very direct takes, and unfortunately for BBL, they just haven't been able to hold off on this delay. Doesn't look like Brave's really looking to challenge on this one at all. To be fair to him, I don't know how he would have been able to get back in onto the site. As you can see, it's just going to be a lull in the action as he looks to try and hold on to that rifle. For Na'Vi, though, this has been a flawless attack side. Every single time the execution has been perfect, just making things really awkward for the players in the backside. And I actually think that at this point, even though it wouldn't be surprising to me if Na'Vi end up changing, I want to see some aggression into B. Like, a lot of the time when you have that sort of aggressive operator player like Kushner, sometimes you're going to have him in the B main pick. You're going to have him, like, going for those pushes to try and take some sort of control. And although I agree that's something that Na'Vi will probably be prepared for and wait for, he has been nigh on useless in mid. Like, they haven't really pressured him in that direction, and most of the time they've ended up on B.
Much more frontal KJ util on the B side. We might see that fight taken a little further up, a little closer this time for BBL, especially with Kushner already supporting and plenty of pistols in play. Destroying the cam inside of B main. Na'Vi have that information. They know someone's close. They know mid is clear. Pizza empty. Yeah, it's been the same. This is just sort of how. It's the exact same thing that happened. It's the exact same thing happened last time. And I'm saying that Na'Vi breathed around the same way. BBL now starting to get a read. It was the same hit, taking Artist down to 5, but this time they've capitalized with a kill. And it's worth noting, that's the only rifle they have. Brave has a Vandal. Everyone else is on a Sheriff. This is not a guy you want to see fall.
Oh, he's getting frustrated as well.
But Pora's got the rifle. He's retaking the control. It's a good kill, but it was the low HP player. You would have liked to take someone else, but it is also Artist that they've dropped.
Things a little bit more awkward into the entry, but bear in mind there is a Hunter's Fury available for Angel. Same for the other side. They might want to be a little bit careful on the clock if
30 seconds left.
Planting with the time being so late for under pressure, but it is basically just a 1v1. The IGLs facing off against each other. Paranoia sent through to try and give a little bit of extra space, but it hasn't actually helped too much, and Kushner still within the back of the site. There comes that Hunter's Fury to try and make these fights a little bit more winnable. And it's going to connect as well. It's a team kill! Oh, that's such a huge mistake. It's cleared the site. He's accidentally cleared the site for Na'Vi. That was the one player they had to clear. Oh, that is heartbreaking for BBL. It looked like the Hunter's Fury could be a saving grace, and instead, I think it might be the close. Oh, that is awful. That's so rough.
I'll say one thing, Reezy's being a killing machine in some of these rounds, just a little indiscriminate at that time.
Oh,
5 HP behind the box. Look, man, time they would have shock darted him. It's okay. It would have been easy. That sucks, though. Regardless of the potential, regardless of how much he realistically would have gotten done, they only needed to buy a couple more seconds. Oh.
It just clips him as well. It just clips him.
And it's not like he could swing out wide. It's not like he could jump up top. He was 5 HP. He was going to get killed if he performed any acrobatics. You also probably just trust your teammate not to aim it at you. But
now you look at the real danger, though. Na'Vi are coming in with 4 ultimates for this round. Okay, 2 of them are going to be the ones we talk about as the high-impact ults. Sorry, Kakuka. Either way, they are going fast. Straight through mid. TP rotation. There's going to be 3 players now in the back site here. Oh, maybe not.
Cancelled.
Sticking around. I guess they would have left the A site open, and because Na'Vi have hit the brakes a little bit here.
I like the idea from Reezy.
Second favorite gun now?
It's close. It's close.
Second most played gun, definitely.
It's just that the cost of the Outlaw, that's what helps out. You can get it every round.
Mitch is a cheap date for anybody wondering.
Reezy was aiming for his teammate again. This time it's just the Oath, thankfully. Close is elite. Nice shot. Flashes in. It slowed him down, but he's able to peek right back out. No one can deal with Reezy. Okay, never mind. He's out of the game. Kushner and Pora.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, Kushner's certainly not having a good time. Sugetsu is still mid, and they're going A. What a fake. out of the side of Navi. More so just an adjustment that's made late into the round. It is a little scary with Xiao being semi-isolated, but Sagetsu's got the right angle.
What a way to end it! A little bit of style points for Sagetsu to hit that shot and take us to the third map. The Turkish map has been overthrown by Natas Vincir as they dominate. Let's be real. After that first half, we were looking at it 6-6. I was expecting a strong defensive half out from BBL and Mitch. It was anything but. Luckily, we've got the desk standing by after this short break, as we'll be back for map number 3.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Na'Vi picking up that second map to tie the series up 1-1, and it looked like a much different Na'Vi on the second map. First map, we saw some glimpses of former Glory Na'Vi, but the second map, it was a lot more of the Na'Vi that we come to know and expect. And there's one round in particular I want to jump right into. It's round 15. It was where Na'Vi were grouped up together. They had the B main control with the Cypher. They have 4 players together. They are grouped up. 40 seconds left on the clock, and they're not really nervous at this moment. So if we play out the round, we're going to see them moving up. They drop the Omen smoke down onto the gate area. They pop that alarm bot. Once the jig is up here, they start going, but they're not really nervous. They know that the defenders are tucked away in the site. They know that there's going to be a nice defense here, but they're not stressing. They're taking their time still. They're not rushing through anything. And in the previous map, we saw them just lose composure a little bit. But here, 15 seconds left, and they're still not freaking out. They're letting the defenders sweat. The defenders peek out, Na'Vi get all the kills here, and are able to get the spike planted with 8 seconds remaining, and they're able to close out in this post plant here. And this is the Na'Vi that we kind of expected to see on Bind, but we didn't really get to see them. We saw a lot of solo individual plays, and nothing really concrete from them. So what do we expect from Na'Vi going into the third map on Breeze? We hope to see a little bit more of what they showed on Ascent, but if they show what they did on Bind, BBL could do an upset here.
Oh, very strong words there from Steel. I've got Kakuka here with me to talk a little bit about Breeze, because Kakuka, the last time we saw a Na'Vi play Breeze, they were FPX.
Yeah, it's been a very long time in general since we've seen this map, especially here in EMEA, and I think it's the first time that we see it for kickoff. So, of course, there's a lot of questions regarding how the composition is going to look like. Probably, knowing Na'Vi, we're looking towards something more standard with just Cypher, Viper, especially with the players that they have on the team. Everything makes sense, but if we take into consideration the latest changes that we've seen to the map, maybe something has changed. And one thing that I would like to say that applies to Ascent, but also has to apply to Breeze, is that I didn't see that big of an impact from Suigetsu's Cypher. From Suigetsu as a player, obviously, yes, we're going to see it. But I think that if we see the Cypher coming in his hands in this iteration, it has to have that impact. But if it's the Viper as well, I'll take it.
Yeah, what about on the side of BBL as well? Because you would think that a Turkish team, a map where you can just win off of aim duels, should suit them.
Yeah, definitely. I want to think of Kushner, just having a little bit more room actually to have that impact, because especially on the last map, he was 3 and 8 in those first duels. So he definitely has to have that impact. I would like to see some Outlaw as well. I know that we saw Angel using it on the first map. Maybe someone else. Or maybe
on
Angel.
an eco. No, Artist dropped it for him, I think.
Oh,
He
yeah.
got dropped to
because
us.
Artist, he's that kind of player. But definitely, I want to see them having such an impact. And also, we need to talk about the way that they have been working the map, especially on Ascent. We saw that BBL was way more straightforward. They weren't, working towards mid, or maybe faking, maybe not even splitting. They were pretty straight onto A, straight onto B. That is something that probably gave Na'Vi the edge, and actually the resources on the attack to do something different. And as we saw in the clip that Steel showed us, doing something different and gaining that space actually puts you in a tricky situation. That's why it's important to have map control, otherwise, what for?
This is the thing, though, because we were expecting BBL to maybe win Ascent, at least have a better chance of it. They don't. But coming into this Breeze, I know we haven't seen Breeze in a very, very long time, but this is still the same 5 players on FPX are still here in front of us today. So how much of an advantage do you think that'll be? Don't mention it. Just pretend we didn't see
I like it. I have to say that I like it. I think that it's going to be different from them, because time has passed for everybody. I think that the game has changed a little bit, but I like to see the comfort and the smiles on their faces, and I like to see that they still have that kind of confidence to working as a team, especially when things weren't working. Because if you think about Ascent again, not having the best of the defenses, things not really working out, being a little bit separated in some of the decisions that they were making, that cannot happen on Breeze. And no one, especially as you're saying, they're going against a Turkish team. They do not have a problem with aim. That is never going to be the issue. You need to be very selective and very resourceful in how you make those duels favor you instead of them.
Yeah, and for BBL, I like to see Reezy to get a little bit more comfortable. I feel like maybe nerves, maybe just not quite used to playing on a stage like this. But as we take a look at Agent Select.
I am so happy that we have Lothar back because I know that he's going to be very excited. And now it's Artist, you know?
Yeah,
we
it's
had
not
seen it, we had
Angel.
Angel, and now it's
Yeah.
Artist and for playing their Yoru. We have seen it. They're also combining it instead of with that double initiator. Well, that's what the Yoru gives you. You know, that initiating power that you can use the flashes, and you can also combine it with the double smokes. So as a whole, I really, really like the composition on the side of Navi. And for the side of BBL, they're just going with the most, as I was saying, standard, just usual way of playing this map without a lot of consideration into far ahead.
Yeah, and I can't believe it took 3 maps for us to get Angel on smokes. You know, he's back on the Omen.
Hear me out. I love to see that. I love to see that he's not the only one playing controller, so we will make sure that Navi has smokes for the end of the round. But I really want to see him, you know, trying something different. For example, in Ascent, we barely saw him use those shock darts, if ever, at the beginning of the round to break that utility. He has his own way of seeing things, and it definitely has worked for him in the past. But in this Breeze, I feel like, you know, we need to see that kind of Navi and that kind of FPX that back in the day made us fall in love with it.
I mean, they won an international tournament by winning Breeze. They beat Paper X, that map, at 5. And another player on this team playing Yoru as well. But then again, for BBL, they expected this, right? Surely they would be prepared for something like this.
Yeah. If there is something that you can be prepared, is for some of these crazy compositions to happen, especially on Breeze because of how big it is.
Well, I can't wait for this. Let's get this back into game. Over to you, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our wonderful analyst desk. Tom, we're getting into map 3, and BBL have already surprised us by taking a map, but it's the order of the maps that's even more surprising, losing out on their own. Where's their headspace at coming into Breeze? And are we going to see some outlaw gameplay?
That's all you care about.
All I care about.
People were expecting to see it maybe a bit on Ascent. This probably is the map where you should most likely see it. Maybe that and Icebox.
I will say as well, let's pray for Artist that he has a better performance than Angel on Yoru, because if he doesn't, he will never hear the end of it.
Yep.
So for his sake, I really hope this is a lights out map, and already the challenge as Artist is on 1 HP. The wall did decay him slightly, but 12 isn't much more. Still manages to find 2, but Kushner says anything you can do, I can do better. He's already put them into a man advantage, and it doesn't last too long, as you can see.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like when it comes to pistol rounds, Saigetsu is the danger man. He's the one you have to watch out for. Well, they are watching out for him, but Kushner not quite able to take him down early. He's going to get another bite of the cherry, and it doesn't work out. Saigetsu winning that one. Now they know exactly where Brave is, isolated to the back of the corner. The thing is, he can isolate these duels himself, take them 1v1, but look at the way Na'Vi are playing it. They are waiting to try and pick this one together, and eventually, there you go. Saigetsu will get over the line. Who's surprised?
Very well handled indeed. You can see the discipline as they wait, as they confirm he's still in that position. Never overstepping the mark. This is ridiculous. 1 HP, he was 12, which is effectively the same, and still manages to find 2. But Kushner really doubled up on it, finding so much more value. Just a shame that he couldn't quite match the might of Saigetsu. Pound for pound in terms of kills.
Look at his face. He's like,
unfortunately
did it. But that's the thing. If you're talking about just raw aim, like not even including any other like game mechanics or anything, just aim, I feel like Saigetsu might be the best in the MEA. Like he's so good in terms of crosshair placement and hitting those headshots.
Not Boaster.
It's close.
It is a close fight.
It's very close.
Close battle.
I think I may just slightly edge it to Saigetsu.
That reveal won't pop off. Artist has got a rifle up close, but the pistols have the numbers to play with. A reveal down below Angel. He's trying desperately to make it out of there and push them through the wall. As they make it through, the decay makes it much easier to drop him, leaving Pora down to 65. But damage has already been done. A decent round so far, with potential for more, but the rifle being retrieved costs everything.
Yeah, again, it's a similar scenario to what we talk about with their other bonus rounds. 2 players don't buy, 3 players do, the other 2 buy now. So it means that each time Na'Vi are able to get away with that, with just playing a couple of pistols, they get a bonus round that has 5 rifles. And that's the gamble that they're taking. If they lose 3, this buy now sucks a little bit more. But if they don't, then they get a bonus round that is more effective than any other team will have. So it is definitely a worthwhile risk, and it's something that BBL really need to consider, because now they're going into a buy round that the only real advantage they have is our shields are slightly better than theirs.
That's a big advantage.
Huge, yeah.
If you're against the Outlaw, sorry. But with 2-0 for Na'Vi, yeah, look, the position that they're in, serious chance to fight for so much of this control. I'm just eyes on Artis. What is this guy up to? What's the defensive Yoru ideas? And so far, like, it's not even for rotations putting in that gate crash. So much deeper gate crash than I expected inside of A main. It will be faked eventually just to try and cause some question marks to pop up above BBL's heads. And actually, after hearing that fake TP, Elite called it out, and we see everybody from BBL shift towards this part of the map. They're looking to find that advanced map control that Na'Vi have, at least in their heads, find that player in the corner and catch him by surprise. As they're going to find out, they're just wasting their time slowly clearing these angles.
The thing is, yeah, either it's a ruse or he's there and you get an early fight. So for them, it's probably worth it. Instead, yeah, they've just sort of wasted a bit of time, but they do get themselves the site control relatively for free. Good dart. It's going to give, well, what seemed like an easier fight, and in fact, Artis has decided he's got to try and get out of there. Zipan still in the back lines being pinged up, but there's not going to be much they can do. He might have to do a little bit of extra damage with that shock. A couple of low players, and now they're a little bit lower.
Still got another shock dart to work with. Snakebite on its way. That's where you combo. It's a little late on the land. Pora out wide on his low HP, and he'll be caught through the wall. Kushner in the same boat, 22 health, but he's got a nice pyramid to play behind. Elite's going to be tagged up too. Artis round the side with a quick kill, and the wall's blocking off Reezy, who's now all alone. He's got a shock dart, but he's been revealed in the corner, and they are staring at him. The firing squad eventually deals the damage. And Na'Vi, 3 in a row.
Yeah, really good retake from them, and just utility onto the site. Like, the fact is, the majority of that defensive side was stuck on the spike. They didn't actually have an avenue to retreat back into a more passive position. Also wasn't the greatest.
I actually really like a lot of fan interactions.
Had to play that a little bit more aggressive, and that's where you just see, as you said, the Viper utility, the shot darts as well being thrown in, and Artis just basically farming up a lot of those kills, and he's going to have a very early dimensional drift coming in. Of course, for the other side of things, Kushner, he's going to gamble. Now, you might be looking at the rifle that he currently has in hands and the fact that his credits are down to 0, but he'll have a Blade Storm next round.
Exactly. You know, sprinkling in that rifle to give them a fighting chance in, well, in the fights. They're hoping to...
What?
So this is the same gate crash we saw, and I think we're getting the idea of why. Paranoia popped in, fight off the back of it, but it has left Na'Vi with a couple of losses. I think an innovative idea up against this kind of buy, maybe not where you want to use it, but it's worked out.
I think it was either Pora popped a flash or he blinded himself. Because Artis was completely blind as he TP'd in there. So I think it might have actually been the Pora pop flash the corner, and so he just goes straight in and is as blind as you could possibly be. If that doesn't catch him, he probably does a lot more.
Well, that's it, yeah.
He's still got a kill.
Now he's Dimensional Drift in hand, operator out of Artis that we've seen bought up. Now, it still has time to sell it, but only a few seconds. It looks like that's going to be pulled into play, and Artis is starting things towards middle, but look where his TP is. Right up there in the spawn. Quick rotation to A, so he can be globally present with this op. But Angel will not be present at all. Smokes down and out. Artis is going up top. This is a nasty angle to fight into mid and catch the rotations, and almost certainly something that's going to catch Elite off guard as he goes to rotate. But Artis gives up the angle. Understandably, they don't have control there, and he'd probably be shot in the side most rounds. In this, though, we can see there would have been impact. There would have been that kill. BBL avoiding that without knowing, and they're still with a man advantage. But that op hasn't been spotted, hasn't been discovered, and that's a big unknown to have late in the round. In fact, look, he's just come back from this angle now. Artis is his ships in the night with this squad. He's going back to check, and they're not there anymore. Now he's making noise. They might even know that he's here.
The thing is, there's now nobody within that site after not seeing anything for such a long time. The B site is clear. The thing is, they'll eventually get the notification off the back of the trips, but it's too little too late. They're finally making their move back around, but even if there was anybody here, they would have been reduced to no utility with that null command. Hunter's Fury is going to connect. The thing is, Pora goes down, but obviously he can just be... Oh no, wait, did his null command run out the second that second pulse hit? That is cursed. He actually dies to that. It looked like he was going to obviously just be res, so it isn't even that much of a risk. Now, Artis going through. I assume he has a shorty in his pocket, or he's about to just try and TP away from there. Kind of stuck in the mud. No, he is going to go for it. Hits the shot, but still as an operator. This is not the weapon you want to have in this corner. His teammate slowly looking to try and round the corner. Even caught off by his own utility. It's so good, but they're winning every single fight. And now Brave, last man standing, meets the might of that op as well. Artist running riot, and a 5-0 start for Na'Vi.
That was a headshot to close it out as well. Nasty stuff from this Yoru. And considering the fact that, what ability is Angel trying to simulate? Considering the fact that they weren't on site when that push comes through, they have to fight their way back in. And you even had Brave with a nasty position in towards the defender spawn. I thought that could have been something that caught them off guard, but it worked out perfectly for them. And like you highlighted, Tom, that null command was online, it was active, but it fades away just a second or two before. What a shot. A second or two before. And so the Hunter's Fury is able to catch the kill. That is a disaster.
That's really unlucky. That's really, really unlucky.
To be fair, though, Artis had like 3 opportunities to catch them off guard, and just sheerly off random timing ended up missing them. So there's also other ways that could have went against him.
He also got baited by his own fake out. There's a Yoru. Oh, wait, I'm Yoru. Oh.
You hear those steps, you start to panic. It's normal. It happens.
Who did that? Oh, me. Once again, we've got the push coming through. The thing is, I feel like Angel has got a little bit bored. He's gone all the way up the tube in the early portion of the round, not spotting anything outside the A site. And this means they can almost start to be a little bit more cemented within this B site. Viper and Cypher sat here. Not the amount of utility you want to go into. Now, you might be able to shut down one player's utility, and that is going to be the case, but the cage is still there, the trips are still there, and Saigetsu is as well. They are finding everything here, Mitch.
Well, you can see from BBL on the way through, you know, there's too many angles to clear, and they get tunnel visioned in on Xiao, who they couldn't deal with on the initial dash. A little too slow, making their way through. So those players backside are able to catch them off guard. The fact that you've got Saigetsu there so early, now Artis is here firing off the op, and the spike's down on site. There's just no way to get this done, no way to wrestle that control back. It is a save, and that was called 20, 30 seconds ago by BBL. They're in trouble now, 6-0 down, as you know, this round is most certainly out of their hands. And
10 seconds left.
A quarter of the map potentially gone already. There is a lot of work to do on this attacking side, somewhere that we've seen BBL thrive. In fact, the main highlight of the last map was their attacking side streak. It's the only highlight, and they've lost so much. They might even lose another rifle. What a disaster.
Oh, that's about as brutal as it can get, and well, right at the last second, Andaluthia flawless. Like it's definitely not what you want to see when you're 6-0 down. You don't get any damage, and you save, and you lose all of your guns. Like that is a horrible position to be in. And that's the thing, they haven't really had anything. Like, they've been playing so passively and so direct, similarly to what they did on Ascent where they were successful. The problem is they're just given too much space. Like last round, the halls were completely taken, pushed all the way down. You've got these mid pushes. You've got aim being taken at times. And then they could just stack up Viper and Cypher on one site because you're not pressuring the rest of the map. This time, though, they are going to go looking for this A site. It's a passive hold, but it's Artis again with this operator. They have struggled to deal with this man. And while this round, again, it's just one hero rifle. No hero rifles.
Well,
they got an op now.
They've picked up an op, so it's a worthwhile trade.
Spike planted.
BBL with a serious chance, and they're hitting sheriff shots instead of the rifle, instead of your...
Who needs them?
Your operator, yeah, just go on in, tap the heads, and a completely different sense of this game in this round, rather, compared to what we've seen so far. Na'Vi shut down, and they'll no doubt want to reset into the next. Now, they could try to fight for this with all the credits they've got. It's not like rifles being saved is a huge benefit. But it's starting to look like it might be too far gone. That time ticking, Reezy having his Hunter's Fury, but he's on site, he's being pressured, and the Sheriff might not last. 6-1, a sign of life from BBL at last, and it is on that low buy round, the quicker pace ends up working out.
Yeah, a lot of the time they've been going for sort of slow defaults into mid, probably to try and catch the aggression of Artis, but he's only really just been playing the Yoru as like, okay, I can rotate relatively quickly, I have a few flashes. Like in the early rounds, he was very aggressive in towards A main, but that hasn't really been the case This time out, though, they're going to bring Xiao back over to the A site, have a bit more of early round control, and it does look like they're potentially setting up for that same sort of A take, but the majority of players still sort of lurking around the rest of the map. Porus still has an operator, by the way. I think he's looking for that Omen of Angel who pushed it a couple of rounds.
Zipan as well is quite a quiet hero. He's 10-2 at the moment, doing the work round after round, while Artis is flying around, popping these operator shots. There's not a lot of free ground for BBL to take.
Take flight.
Now as we come towards a conventional rifle round, well, they've spotted Artis at least. They know as well that Viper's here. The decision seems to be to move elsewhere. They do not want anything to do with this. And I noticed just looking at Artis, no more gate crashes, and unless I'm missing a little icon on the map somewhere, he hasn't got one down, so there'll be nowhere to rotate too quickly for him at least. Luckily, BBL have cancelled any rotational plans and instead just add a bit of a mid-split to this. They want to challenge A.
Yeah, they need to try and clear out Xiao.
Huge.
He's dancing his way out of it. Will be able to survive, but he's on low HP, and they didn't expect that wraparound. Cushion are the one to take the space, getting in to the back of the site, but Artis has shut him down. Viper's Pit definitely going to make things a little bit more awkward, and with Elite stepping up, it now just leaves two men standing. Now, as you mentioned, the finances of Na'Vi. The chance and the shot from Artis. Well, I think that's just a parting gift, because I don't think there's any way they get back into this one. Although saying that, paranoia has just been used from Angel. He still wants to try and make this costly. Elite, though, is just not missing a beat.
Okay, no panic, no worries. It's down to damage, really. They've spotted Artis. He might just get out of here. He might... he might just get out of here. No, well, now they're surrounding him. Now they're fighting. I don't think there's a choice anymore. All right, Op's going to be dropped. And it's not like we're that close to the end of the half that those credits wouldn't be worthwhile. I mean, it's an expensive weapon, but evidently he just valued keeping BBL's economy in the dirt that little bit more, and understandable as they're able to bounce right back into a buy in this round.
Yeah, he's actually going to buy another one back up, so it's not even like there was a plan to...
This is that's outrageous.
If that was earlier in the round and they lose the Viper's Pit for that, they're pissed. Like, you got, there's nothing else that you can say.
Literally Elite swinging and getting 2 kills because they're focused on that pit. Whether, I don't know if those players were throwing utility or whether Elite just diffed them, but if he doesn't get those kills, yeah, that really could have ended the round.
What the early aggression again. Already seeing it out from Angel, taking control in towards A main. It just allows them to push elsewhere. Artis is already going all the way down mid. Now, there is a smoke in position. He can't go too much further. He'll TP to the back of site, and the pressure going to be put on Saigetsu and Xiao. They've got this double up again. It's such a filthy setup having a Cypher and a Viper in the same spot. Good for delaying, although it's actually a little bit of a whiff for Saigetsu. Doesn't happen very often. Still, though, so many members of this squad are here. Zipan, as you said, the silent hero, and an attempt to trade things back, but it's left all onto Brave. 1 versus 3. I think he just got spotted as well. He did, lands the first, but no more to be had.
Right back on the board for Na'Vi, 7-2. That scoreline looking quite dominant. But we've seen those resurgences from BBL. The worrying thing there, you know, that could have ended much quicker. BBL on the way through, they walked into both of the traps, and there was just no punishment for it. Players just having their crosshair somewhere else. Xiao moved to punish the walk-in on the elbow. Player gets caught close left. He can't react in time. It's unfortunate. That won't happen again. And those traps are going to be moving around as well. So a little bit of a worry in that one, considering Na'Vi still managed to bounce back. We're seeing so many different spanners thrown in by BBL, and it's just not causing any sort of clog to the Na'Vi movement. They're still moving forward, full pace, and looking incredible while they do it. Artis is 14-5 with that operator, and you never know where he's going to pop up next. Even seeing him on the A site doesn't mean he isn't on B 3 seconds later.
Yeah, that's the thing. He basically, that round, pushed mid. 2 seconds later, he's TP back to A, just in case. And they've also had, like, Angel as well. He is basically playing a controller that also just happens to be like an initiator, but with his own eyes. Like, he's just going, there's no one A main, I know, because I pushed it. Oh, there's no one up halls, I know, because I pushed it. And that's just what they've been doing every round. And that's been the thing, is like, it seems like BBL, the only default they've really held will be, okay, I'm holding mid. And that's not going to be something that you really see pushed because of the information denial you have of throwing the orb or something for the cross. So it's made things quite awkward for them. I also think in terms of their B pressure, there hasn't really been much of a split. It's mostly just been direct in, which when you have a Cypher and a Viper, good luck.
Well, as these walls go up one more time, Navi 7 rounds to 2. We're coming towards the end of the half. This is where BBL need to scrape together a couple. That could have been awkward. Sagetsu was on cam, but Kushner doesn't go for a crazy wide swing. Artis, maybe even behind enemy lines in an unexpected position while noise is being made by teammates. He's got the angle. Portal closed. He's chosen the wrong direction. In fact, both players now backs turned to each other. They have no idea, and Artis turns at the right moment, catches Kushner, takes him down, now uses the ult to grab more information. With Pora shut down, there's not much else to be said because they've spotted Brave, and the flank coming around now from... Never mind. Never mind, there's no flank needed. It's all just Zipan. 4 quick kills. Stylishly ending that one, and not so silent in that round.
No. That one was just clean. Like, he's having a great game. 16 and 4, Artis 15 and 5. It's good to see this duo back together, and while 8 and 2, Na'Vi, the visions of that first map are starting to just diminish completely.
Standing ahead.
And when you go back to what is left on the table, BBL after winning 2 rounds in a row they've run out of cash. They're going to have to play this one again with a hero rifle available. Obviously, Kushner once more will have himself a Blade Storm in the next round, but the rest is not pretty. And while you've been praying for the Outlaw, it's not that. They've gone for a Marshall instead.
That has upset me. But Artis, well, he's putting them in their place. Already opening it up.
That's a nice shot.
With the operator in hand, Zipban's being dropped. TP was used by Artis, so he's back in the spawn, has the angle up on top of bridge, but with the wall up, there's not much he can do in terms of denial. It's more so fighting his way back in, taking those fights. Put a TP to get him out safely, but he might not need it. Cutting through this attacking side.
Oh, they're going to hit each other on the lurk. Look at the position in mid, just waiting for Sagetsu. It's just filthy. They were so ready for someone like Brave to try and come in for the backlines and just spot him out, and instead Sagetsu's like, you think you can lurk? I can lurk even harder, my friend.
And that's one of those rounds that's really tough to look at from the side of BBL, because if you come out and think, okay, what could we have done differently? It's essentially don't die to Artis. And they throw out that mid lurk. Again, that's just a fight that you can't really perceive happening. Here, Artis starts. Stop it! What? Okay, so he's hitting people through Viper's pits. Now he's killing you by shooting your elbow. It's not pretty.
I do like our new little zoom.
It's nice.
It's like Jakob's gone, the last one was cool, but now I need to make it look stylish.
I heard that's what he's going to be doing all season for. Is he's focused on adding in those extra little flares, so
hey, you know,
a taste of what's to come. I'm certainly a fan of it. Viper's Pit used here. It's on A site, moving in towards middle. Now, this position isn't bad to play from, but there's a lurk from the Cypher, and they bypassed this pit completely. Looking in towards the A site, wall down, plant in.
Spike planted.
Pit is essentially useless. I mean, it will at least guarantee double doors control for a while, but eventually that Viper's going to want to turn back and look towards A, and that is a nice sound cue for Elite to then start his lurk, if he even comes to that. It's very late.
Already again, a couple of players to the back of sight. Zipan knows roughly where they are, but not really finding too much value with it. And in the meantime, Pora's managed to collect the double kill. It's left onto Zipan. As said, he's been a hero throughout this game so far, but to win this one would need an absolute miracle. The time already gone. It's only going to be to pad the stats a little bit, and instead Pora will awaken from his slumber. A third round, the curse, all that really sits in Na'Vi's way as they are 9-3 up after a fantastic defensive display.
It's going to be tough. And you know what? The big takeaway so far has been Angel's not going to be smack-talking Artis as Yoru. I think he's done enough to reserve that right. Maybe. I don't know
they lose.
Being Angel. If they lose...
When we played, I won with it.
If they lose from 9-3 in this position, I would be shocked.
That is the thing. A lot of the time, you are going to see fairly heavy defensive scores when it comes to this map because of the tight chokes, because of basically having almost a double sentinel on both sides with the Viper playing that role. The thing is, if you're picking a Yoru, most of the time it's for the attack. To take that space, to give you the extra position in.
all the Sentinel utilities on B this time, including the Viper wall. I mean, I think A probably is the right way to move things for Na'Vi. Much, much lighter play from this defensive side. And as you can see, they've reserved their Viper's wall over on the Na'Vi side. Xiao still has that to work with late into the round. And I just can't help but think that's going to be used to cut off A. Or they get close to B and realize there's more than just Viper waiting there. But it is just strange to see that much of a stack on B this early on. Maybe reading that Na'Vi would take that quick play. Now that it hasn't happened, well, there's certainly some worries. And yeah, Na'Vi are shifting towards A. Big play from Kushner, perhaps, reinforcing the site now with the Sheriff.
Pora hoping he'll catch something with the knife, but oh, he's so close to just taking out the drone completely. Instead, it will be Kushner to go down. He was the man to find kills in the previous pistol, even without the win. Reezy, though, has done well to at least do a little bit of extra damage. Shock Dart is actually going to tank Zipan down to low HP while he plants, but he's going to move himself back to give them a slightly more open plant, especially if Saigetsu's going to late lurk through.
They have no idea about Xiao, but they've closed the door just in case. Unfortunately, power has gone down, and good night, Xiao. Surely, no, he's dancing around, dodging the bullets as he goes. Snakebite blocks him in. He's trapped now, forced into a fight with Brave, as on the site, Elite swings wide. Xiao holding on for dear life, but Brave will win it. Through the wall goes Reezy, and down he falls. Na'Vi keeping things nice and even, which is exactly what they want. The right clicks are not nice, but it gets there in the end, thanks to Elite stepping in to help out. Here comes Zipan. The shots are not landing to start with, but they do in the end, thanks to Artis in an unseen position. And that pistol serves as a nail in the coffin of BBL series. 10 rounds now on the board for Na'Vi, and despite anything you could say about defensive advantage BBL could bring, it's going to have to be one hell of a way back in for them to dismantle what's been working for this squad so far. Artis and Zipan both on their A game. That's when you lose.
Yeah, basically. It makes it impossible. Like, they are two players that, at their peak, well, have won a Masters event. Maybe with a little help from the rest of the squad. I feel like Xiao had a pretty good event there. So did Saigetsu, but you know. Either way, 10-3. Again, we're going to see the same purchase. No surprises at this point from Na'Vi. 3 rifles. If they get out with 3 people and all 3 guns, the rest really doesn't matter. They can take a few risks, a few gambles here and there. And on the other side of things, we're seeing, again, a switch up of that Viper screen to try and almost remove maybe a little bit of information or fake out that they've gone for some sort of mid-play. The fact is, though, there's not an awful lot to play with. The Sheriffs, maybe a slightly heavier investment than you will normally expect in the sort of second round, but if you're BBO at this point, you almost feel like you have to try and take something away from Na'Vi. If they're coming in with another full purchase in the next round, you're in trouble.
The early Marshall peak, a decent attempt to pick them off, especially with the knife close, to ensure there's not going to be just like a shotgun waiting or a player with a rifle who just swings you in trades after your peak. Kushner going down. Look, this angle was held in the previous round, and Kushner more than ready for it to be occupied yet again. Pora, he is sticking around. He's still looking for more damage, and it's just not going to come through. Reezy, shock, a little too deep. They've already bypassed it. They're closer than he's expecting. Already touching the spike onto the floor, or at least attempting to. Instead, just swinging through for the fights afterwards, doubling down on the angles, and leaving BBL with next to no chance, especially with this late lurk coming through. Saigetsu should catch him off guard, and, well, the first few shots didn't land, but he was behind him. It bought him some time. 11 on the board for Na'Vi, 2 players lost, and all 3 players surviving have rifles. Yep. All good.
And now they buy 2 more. It's just the same thing over and over again. Like, it has worked out for them every single time. I think every time they've lost 2 players as well. Yep. It's never been like 4 and 1. It's always been they lose 2 and then they buy up the guns. It has been massively successful to boost their finances, but more so make these third rounds so difficult to play against. And on the side of BBL, well, this is it. Do or die. You need to start the comeback of all comebacks, and you're up against a dimensional drift as well. If that wasn't going to be a problem on the defensive side, it definitely will be on attack.
I mean, right now, I think Artis and Zipan have more kills than BBL, or it's got to be a close race at least. If you combine
We don't
them.
need to look.
No.
We don't need to crunch the numbers. No one do the math on that.
It's 11-3. I think you can, there's many metrics to compare it, but that one will hammer it home. Nothing is working for BBL right now. And look, Bind was one hell of a good game from them. Ascent, a disappointment considering what we know of that map and this region. But here on Breeze, it was an unknown. And I think without a doubt, we can say Na'Vi have come out of this looking slightly better. That was a whiffy start from Kushner. And in the end, he's traded out by Xiao. Numbers thinning out on that defensive side. And, well, Pora better be able to show up here.
Yeah, this is a real gamble of an angle.
So
like, it's definitely an off angle. It's just whether or not, luckily for him, the second player is low. So there's actually a pretty good chance that he holds on to this. But the fact he's able to fade away through that poison orb is good. Paranoia will put him in an awkward position, and they are just picking Na'Vi apart, leaving only Angel left. Again, this comes down to just damage. Looking like it'll be nice and clean for BBL at least, but if he can take down one or two players, maybe this makes the buy in the next round a little bit more tentative. He's going to make his presence fairly well known. I thought he might try and be a little bit sneaky, but never mind.
Behind them, use a TP maybe. No. Well, the round was already down the drain. And BBL have at least found that recovery, but it's a while before I start holding my breath for the bounce back to 13-11. BBL, they need to put this up consistently, and, well, Artis looks like he's going to be going for a bit of a lighter buy, just a shorty. And it might seem strange, but obviously he has his ultimate online, the Dimensional Drift, using that to get close to them, popping flashes, using his decoy to cause problems, and then hopefully blasting someone with the shorty to pick their weapon.
The other thing as well is if he helps Zipan get a kill, he gets his Hunter Tree for the post plant. So this is definitely going to be a pace change. TP just to get out of there, running straight through onto the site, already going to be pinging information for his teammates. And actually, Paranoia used to help him out. It's a freebie, a one and done, but that's absolutely fine. The rest of the team now garnering that extra space. Still two players here for the side of BBL, and the rest rotating in. Can't really do anything to deny this plant at least yet, but they're quick to go for the retake.
Oh yeah, already primed and ready once that wall went down. Stepping their way back towards the site. A good opening by Kushner. The ult's used as well by Elite. Neural Theft grabbing them all the information, and Sugetsu now stands alone, 1 versus 3, swinging out wide to deny the defuse, but not today. BBL string together another round. 11-5, still quite a ways to go.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like the rest of the team for Na'Vi were just a little bit slow. Like, you saw how far Artis manages to get in. Obviously, the ult and whatever counter utility was there meant that he was already in the site. I think the Angel managed to TP past it, but the rest was still stuck outside. So they weren't able to capitalize on the rest of the players while they were doing this. And because of that, BBL were able to get so quickly back in towards the site. I want to say as well that Elite is someone I feel like who has impressed me quite a lot. He's the youngster on the team, 18 years old, the sort of newly promoted from the Tier 2, back from Supermassive Blaze. Still, though, a long, long way to go for this game and, of course, his career.
Well, 2 rounds on the attack. It sounds easy, but as you're seeing, there can be some labor to that problem.
Poison's off.
For Na'Vi, this round more so than any. The weakness is apparent on Xiao and Zipan. The side of BBL not looking to take any chances. A much more passive stance from this squad versus what we've seen previously. And I believe the Cam can see any sort of a walk-in. Cam over on B now. Can see any sort of walk-in that could happen on mid, so it's not like they need to be worried about a quick kill on Kushner. The only problem, really, is that Yoru is setting up, and we're about to see the space taken on the site. The flash was perfect on the dot. And the site is now fallen, all because of that. Viper's wall about to fall, and as they look to catch the players still rotating in, Artis is around the back of site, picking heads for days. This one, there were weaknesses, that's for sure. But once Artis has a rifle in his hand, it's never over. Sugetsu and Angel have theirs. Xiao's recovered. And the time just seems to be too low already to root out these players. A crossfire on backside. Pora tagged down so desperately low, and Reezy doesn't last a second in that duel. Very well done by Na'Vi. A clean execute and an even cleaner close to the round.
I said I'd see Ardis get 25 kills. It was the wrong map. Evidently, Breeze. And it's funny because I think we've spoken to him before about Angel wanting him to play Yoru and him being like, I'm not doing that. I don't want to play it. I don't enjoy it. And now you're seeing him play it to a ridiculous degree. Like, he's been fantastic. Like, the set plays that they've got, like, they tried similar things with CNED last year. I don't think it had the same sort of synergy as what we're witnessing here from Ardis already. 12 and 5. He's 26 and 10. And well, you mentioned potentially having more kills than his opponents. He also has more kills than the bottom 3 players of his team, just him on his own. Angel has gone out of the smoke with the spike.
Now that right there, folks, that right there is an Angel round. They always win these. That's the worst part about it. I hate it. I hate that it's always true, but somehow they do it. Kushner, end it here, please. Stop Na'Vi from winning this one. Buy us another round. Good shot to start this one out. Still a player on the ground they want to bring back, but that's not going to happen. Not today. Xiao with another as Poor eventually falls. And so Kushner, Breezy, an elite. 3 versus 2. In fact, just 1. It's Ardis. Needs all 3. Has his ult online. He can reposition, reset into this one. And oh, he's down to the classic. It comes so close to being an Ardis triple to close out the map, but instead we go one more. Finally, it didn't work out. Angel's being punished for his ludicrous approach to the early game.
It's just even like you blink and you miss it. There's a flash. He just runs out.
See that?
Runs out of the smoke with the spike.
He's actually insane. And the problem is, genuinely, I reckon 90% of the time they still win those rounds.
They very nearly did. They very nearly did. Like, Xiao was like, I will not fail you, boss. He's like, I will take everything. The scary thing as well is that they have literally all of their ults online. Yeah, sure, no Hunter's Fury, but it puts them in such a great position. That's the only ult that's on the other side. Already. Space being taken. This time, the ult's complete, the spike even is completely on the ground. And the man who is up mid is the only one who can go and retrieve it.
And he got past the cam. They were watching the cam for that exact reason. I mentioned it the other round, but this time he just TPs across, realizes the gap in their play with Pora down as well. Na'Vi are miles in the lead with a plant coming in on A, pressure on B. BBL don't know what the hell is going on. They don't know where to go. But in fact, Ardis is not letting them go anywhere. He was sticking around, just harassing them, keeping them in position as eventually the plant comes down. It is a 5v3, Viper's Pit online, and unlikely to even be used, certainly to even be needed with Ardis in his off position, but he's being dropped. Now, maybe they start to think about the Viper's Pit, about even putting down their wall from Viper, just using any of her utility. There's a snake bite at least, that's something. But the round seems locked in. It could always slip out of their grasp, though. Brave goes down, Elite quick on the trade. There's the Viper's Pit. Finally, a sense of desperation on Na'Vi as they just want to end the series here. And the time ticking so low with the pit in play. No snake bite, though, thanks to it being used earlier, and it will not be needed. Simback closes this one out. The silent hero certainly got loud in the end.
Yeah, it was a shaky first map, but after that, it seemed like Na'Vi were in full control. Somewhat expected, maybe just not quite in the manner it was expected. The question I have, though, I know we'll be going to the desk in a minute. Lothar's very critical of Yoru players. Did he enjoy that one? That's the question, Mitch.
I reckon he might have. He might have had a little smile on his face going through that map. Seeing the rotations, defensive side was fantastic, but get that little bit of aggression, the map control, he was able to just take. Oh, it was beautiful to watch, and, well, I wonder what notes Angel will have for Ardis after that one. I don't imagine there's too many. That's going to be a short little list.
To be honest, maybe Ardis will have a few, like, hey, bro, don't go out of the smoke with the spike. That might be a cool one, but no, it's great to see Na'Vi back. It's great to see that it wasn't a first series curse. It was a first
well on
curse.
Na'Vi.
And I'm sure the fact is they have managed to get the job done.
In the end, that's all that matters. And Na'Vi, at the start of this season, can stand tall. Victory is theirs in the opening match. 13-6.
Who's the next match?
As well. That's a great start for them and a great start to our day. More Valorant to come.
Liquid and Koi. Shadows. Oh wait, they can choose to pick to fucking like put their flag up or something. The fuck? Who wins this next match, Koi or Liquid? Surely Liquid Masterclass, no?
Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask.
What are the odds? Wow. 3.2 pre-match odds.
In spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Wait, someone played Sentinels? Liquid played Sentinels recently? When was this? December 9th.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player.
Masterful from fucking Zekken.
Bro, he's 1 HP, oh my god. What the fuck? 112.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts still haven't been stopped.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah. Yes.
Yet. What's up?
Yes.
Yet.
Yet. Μα λέγω αυτή εκεί. Nice.
Trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep.
What? Okay, there's gonna be 2 L's at the end of this word. It's gonna be LL ending. It's ILL ending. I think. Huh. Connections? Bro, this game is trash, bro. I'll never ever win 1 connections ever in life. This game is like impossible to win, I feel like. Okay. Cats, hounds, fish, and badgers. Surely like animals, no? Animal category? Nope. Oh my god. What the fuck is this word? What is this word? Someone explain it to me. Cabaret. Cabaret. Entertainment held in a nightclub or restaurant while the audience eats or drinks at tables. Oh. So it's like the guy that plays like piano or something. Like at dinner. Alright, well then those two might go together, no?
From Berlin, and I've had to wait a long 4 minutes to talk to this man. Artist, You've been
Yeah,
in
Hard
Valorant since
Knocks.
the beginning, but you betrayed us. You left us
Hard
for America,
Knocks.
and now you're back in Europe.
Rock.
What happened? Did Angel slide into
Surely
the
it's
DMs?
like that, right?
I went to America to collect money. I collected the money, and I'm back.
Oh, really? So you weren't that interested in America, but it did offer you financial reward. Was the competition not that tough? Because I don't think you actually won out there.
Listen, I just had fun. We went over into America, had a little bit of fun, collected the bag.
She
and
flamed
I'm back.
him.
I'm back where I belong with Angel and Navi.
Yeah, so what's it like now being back together with this lineup that you did raise the trophy with back in 2022?
I mean, we have a
He's
lot
out there
of
to have
chemistry,
fun.
So we played for like 2-3 years together, so we all know each other. We all know what we like, what we don't like. We just have a lot of chemistry, and we work well like together.
What don't you like?
Angel.
I think the feeling might be mutual. He looked a little bit stressed with you guys on Bind.
On Bind, we were just doing stupid mistakes. I think I team flashed Zipan like 4 times in a row, so like we were just doing silly mistakes. I think Angel was a little bit tilted, but yeah, we knew if we played and the way we should win.
Iar update san rusta. Iar update an rusta. Selección de tus gamers. Update así. Don't see anything. Ainda update da ajuda. Nina. 3. Катаралка гига. Кайша. Narnujas. Pescaro. Spiaraskinas. Limited General. Snöcoquero. Baltas tokia pohėrada. Buvo žiedų grįžų geram. Full Ką čia pažaidus tauja žmonių neišgyvensiuose. Panda rust paivykli. Skvadai. Gal epochų. Solo duo. Prieš dieną be šansų. Aš vis ir bus prieš dieną kitą. Solo duo, nevarkę. Gal ir varkę, nežinau. 100 žaidėjų. Kas dar žada žaisti, kažin nieks. Vienas. Jono, einam žaiduo. Kur? Kur čia yra? Story, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Hmm? Pasikeitė užpisa. Kiek FPS-ų, kažkiek pingas apšacho jau. Kaip žaidži šitą žaidimą. Paprašau normalus amžius. Two players online. Kaip gali būti. Matom, duką ir kaip supist. Va jau 3. Gitaras tai vienoj vietoj. O kurwa. Nereikia. Šimtai ūdų ir būdo pasistatė, gal ir pochai. Gal ir pochai. Kažkas nepatenkintas. Tai bandyti gaut lanką. Ten kreitas, o milikreitas. Fucking pickaxas, sako, šį žaidimą jisai pasifarmint, bet zajebiska. Gal man būtų 10 eurų. Чувас. Радочно ургеймать бибидал. Turiu lipt storas. Kaip čia kur, kaip? Ginklą duok per 10 eurų, bet, nu. Jobanas game metu. Давай, гингла. 2 гранаты, охуенные. What to do? Nieko aš, ble, neturiu. Reikia paskatą būdą dabar man tokia pėstė. Šiaurą gaunai. Dabar klausimas, kaip nueiti numirti. Čuvas lanko. Taip ir galvojau, kad čia prikėlė. Vau. Matais mane, nifiga nemat. Blia, ką čia dabar padarius rimtai. Šokas, rankas, obelis. Kažin, yra šopas šitam fishing'e. Jalam. Eisim su valtim iki fishingo. Ir tada pamastysim daugiau. Kick akimbo. Eina apsivers nacha, tai dauniškai, what the fuck. Bro, tu atsivers, kai atsiverti, what the fuck. What the fuck is going on? Aš jau nuskęsiu tą mažą greičiau. O. Neatsiverčia šitą šūdo gabalą. Būginas. What the fuck is going on? Užprisirinkioju mane. Bля, neatsiverčia, valis. Ko? Atsiverk, no. atveju. Par ko Stone man atvera? Vielä siellä kyllä kautta lauseebis. Isä. Penkistä tuoda, no nähden. Pisan toki nähden. Kyllä samaa valtina. Ämpärstöi vielä valtias olisi pystynyt jotain. Sen köytjänat piirrotsas lähtes skimta. Underweiter lapseen. Varkätöhön. Tämän stonerit. Distinguish where I started then. Lahan started then. Roof-kampina. Nahja ne. Vai tää žygis ir neina va čia nahja. Tada čia neina to keliu, va toks duhas išlenda iš savo hatos, na, pizė to. Man vienas daugabas išplaukė. Ką, kiek čia ilgai naktis bus, na, aš jau įsivaizduoju. Kiek privydiškai daina. Tu. Postis žaidžia rūstą, kas tas postis, neaišku. Vienis pipėva rūtas okno. Išplaukė vaikšelis. torco, tai neina visi degti kvapą, čia eina. Kad būtų tier vienas vargbensis šiandien, bus zaibis. Bet nėra. Nėra, o kai žiūri mane čiuvas. Give me stone, give me stone. Kas čia yra? Kaip šodina gal, ne čia gal, ten gal. Galvoš kažką вообще. Jalla, bandom. Bля, naktis yra ir palaužiai. Dydys, paskui bus man čia. Вон. Нахуй шанtas nakties, kur dabar įsidėjom lauk. Bilbidėm. O, sztuka. Rusija terorist. Putin legit. Kurwa. tai šitą išjungsim. O kurą? Baisu. Submarina pasiėmė. Jisai pusilažas. O. Pagaliau, bля. What the fuck is going on? Jeigu čaks pavaltėm. Akmens reikia. Бля, vis dar tamsu už piso. Nu, kai čioks pavaltėm pocho jam yra. Neapsikrauna. Ko? Būginas ta valtis. Apsivertė random valtis, wow. What? Nuo ko aš krūvą damage'ą gavau? Nu nieko, achujienai, bля. Picture fucking shit. Roost. Gavau damage'ą nuo nieko zajebės. Koks aš laimingas. Random nukritau nuo valtis, labai geras. Gali raminti šitas geimas. Špisa, kiek ilgai laukt reikia šitas sąmonės. Ir gal naką nustumėm ar niekas. Ai, draugas susirado išliam. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Nope, fuck you. Diving site also. Neatsipėsa, nori jie manęs. Neatsipėsa daug. Ko? Nieko nebėra, daug greitai zajablys. Nuplaukiam į šoną, žiūrim, kur tai piderastai yra. Matau, nahoj, what the fuck, ką ten veikia. Čia perplaukė, what the fuck. Nope, fuck you. Einamės. Nu čia, krankę, bet fucking neužmėsiu aš. English tuka перед списом. What the fuck, iš kur čia tiek daug žmonių vandenyje? Aš išplaukė čuvas. Išsigandau. Ai, lyg ten viršus nuo storas. čakat sa Klaudīnu patreiz par pirmšo golu. Turim Klaudis, ne? Kā Klaudis te. Klaudis, sukat, jobban azt nem tették vég. Hát be piszkál bega, hogy is vannak éppen. Game plan, yeah, it should be good. Gaudik. Kažką tu gali gaudyt, bet ne mane, bičių. Sulanko ir pitių nahakė marina. Sulanko ir semi pistolą, jo. Tikrai aš fightinsiu to. Bėgu, ble. Aš pasišitėt labai nahui, neatsistusiam. Mano valgys, kaidin. Akmenys labai laukia mane. Pizzeriklys čia egzistuoja. Lygtais nematau. Bet aš ir lootą čia nematau. No loot found. O, yra. Man dabar dok. Game plan. Nepaėmė kažko kūro. Kai neduoda to, ko man reikia. Hello, mate. Kiaulė daug kas mane dabar čia čilina. toks kokį pusvalandį buvo jūroje ir vis dar ant stogo kai man arena, what the fuck. T-Bilbojob? Man atrodo, kad T-Bilbojob. Čia kažkur nuplauk random varyt taip. Da, gauja parplaukia. Jo, akmeniniais recyklino. Kampina baltas ėmis. Nuostabu. Buvo vienas rafkemperis, atsirado du rafkemperiai. Au. Ai, vienas ant žemės, auga savo draugelį. Čia, kas sėdi ant stogo, kitas dirnelis ant žemės laksto ir lūtina nakedus zajabys. Kempina čekas duris. Kažko vyksta. Sudikėna bazė tiesiog. Iš tokio rūfkemperį man, nes bazė sugriuvo. Šis lochas neatsipisa, kai čia dar. Šitas duchas sėmė pistolą. Koks skemas. Suskandinsime šitą duką. Fuck, ne, šoka. Jis normaliai tai tipo. Taip. Sėdi čia tiesiog. What is this bazaar? I don't understand. Ieškau žaidėjų. Dukas apie pis bando. Nori su savo semi pistol ir crossbow gal jis mane bibi tau na. Negausi valtis dabar piderėta. Bibi. Būtent. Bibi tau. Bibi tau. Nuplukė prie dešinės. Gyvi, tai kada plaukėt išmok. O dirba. Ir tą vieną klofą pasiėmė. Kai dirba. Dirbk. O kurwa. O kurwa. Tu kurwa parkoje się nahoj. Įsiveš mane. Kiek szans, kad mane išveš. irgi neįs net į tokius duris. Nu ko? Ne per turtingas šiuo? Bet rimtai sezone gal gyven. Crazy. Atplauki, pasiresaivint. Jebam nahoj. Bля, nu, aš einu į viršų, paimu vairą, į nieko padaryti to negali. Kai, tipo, einu į vidų kažkaip magiškai už vairą, ką jie man padarys? Go out!
Белорусский трап, это белорусский трап, это наши пацаны, это наши города, заводите хороводы, не нужна нам голова, мы смеем, верим в себе.
Kurva galėjai leisti į vidų nachai. Kad ko neišleidot. Suka šitie pratingoliai. Arba aš neįsivaizduoju, ką daryti. Mirti reikėjo turbūt. Nedaug bičių variantų. Ai ne, bля. Kaip pabaigti užduotį daryti? Atsipasai long leido, neturiu. Teks apastai pirkti šitą. Pisam su Marina, na. Oi, nieko nėra. Ai va. Variklių nėra lygtais. Nu, tik vykimės, kad nekeisim.
Pidar.
Tyli būk.
Pidar.
Susikaupė dabar, kad kreitus jamam.
Atšokis.
Kreitus, rūsta.
Nori čia rūsta, pakartoti senatį.
Tai streaminu, aš rūsta nematei.
Norės pakapoti?
Tu žaidžiu, nu, streaminu. Aš ir žadėjau streaminti ilgai. Bet tik 3 valandas streaminu, reikia mažiausiai 10 kiekvieną dieną.
Dabar aš prie pardės grįžtu, ką žinau, pusė 8.
Kada padarysi?
Prie pardės esu namie.
A, jau taip vėl yra jau 6.
7.
Roj, ble, 7, beveik 6. Nu, dar nėra 7, bet beveik.
Pasimsiu monstrą, na, galėsim kapoti.
Monstrą? Man monstrą paim.
A tu modą žaidži, ne?
Jo, 2x duo.
O, tu zėbėsi.
Gal kitą žaisim. Pažiūrėsim, kai čia seksis. 300 žmonių yra, pokai yra visai. Neapsikraunu.
Ir kad tu nebežaidži?
Ne. Čakas atėjo, paskambino man, pasakė, trumpam išvarau ir dingo. Ir nebegirdėjau nuo to laiko jo. Tai speederas yra. Paliko mane vieną. Būčiau es Valorantą su juo, bet pažiūrėjau Navi prieš kažkokią PBB ar kokią ten teamą PBŽ. Valorantą ir gerai yra. Ar aš ten čivo matau? Tai nefiga. Kur visi bottles, aš nesuprantu, nėra. Žinkai kažko reidą turi, na, man čia yra įdomu. Turbūt, kai nedaug.
Gerai, paskambin. Ai, ateik.
No.
Gerai.
Skambinti, o tu, bre. Skambinti, tai. Wow. To aš ne vieną butelę, nacho, jabana, užpisa. Kaip aš turiu įvykti, misę, 2 dėžės vienoje vietoje. Jau 5, ne. Tų 7 paėmiau, dar 3 reikia, ble. Kai šakų. Būtinai peržiūrėt per šitas langus jaurė. Labai sustojam. What the fuck? Nieko nematau aplinkai, valtis, pajobai daug. Tik low grade. Davom 7. Peržiūrėt plukam toliau. Čia kažkur turėtų būti leis tikrai. Tokia drift su fucking submarinu. Why races, bro? Stop the wheel races. Pats tu races. Juk čia rūstė. Viskas čia yra rūstė. Netikram gyvenime. Kokį driftina šitas supristas submarinas. Wow. Tai čia per faitai. Pidarastų faitai. Live. O, triliu gavau. O, huijanai. Kur tas botelys jobanas? Puikytas kraučina. Moda gėjau. Toks tu gėjus. Ne per daug noriu, ką? Вообще kaip duot modą čia reikia, nahai. Kur? Gali plaukt normaliai su tas gabalas. Стрелил заебись. Ko? Man kažkas nepatenkintas sprogdina. Nematau aš to buteliuko niekur, nahai, what the fuck? Pati sunkiausia misija pasaulyje čia kažkokia. Man atrodo radau. Pusę supės, вообще. Šitam serveriui jų nėra, man atrodo. Bent jau zaibys būt. Turiu kulko dabar ginklą, tai kad noriu. Ще мама чи ginklą, gal kažin. Vykščiau misiją, galime varyti atgal. BBD. Čia. Kągi. Turim to, ko atėjom. greidas, nesupranta šio. Vai. Nifika. Baigėsi. Nematau greidą. Nu, nahai. What to do? Pistas gal reikia nusipirkti. Dar unde aterizarea, că jau vaipo vieną praėjom. Čia labai jau geras klausimas. Jeszcze grówki. Lord. Para bloquear, vou acabar de pisar pelo evento, eu lá. Ok, por isso. Школьно можливо на. Pametti, c'era po'. Tutto si spawnano già. E poi c'è. Maistas, davai, paliko maisto, draugai. Paliko maisto. Nice. Nebemirsiu pagaliau. Gracias, negaron. Boy. Graças šalis, ne? Nahoj. Dvigubą pasiėmė. Eina nupiska, žin. Eina. Neyse daha kadar iyi. Kruva. Mirties žemė.
My diamonds. My diamonds.
Tai ar tu jau gali pasidaryti? Išsidaryti? Koks aš kietas. Periau Underwater Lapsus nieko nebuvo tuščia. Taimingas, o čia kai išplaukė. Tuo momentu, kai aš atvariau. Ir negavau veiksmą.
Tai prisimint 0 FPS gaming.
Tu A tik klausiausi muziką šitą lochą.
Tai ateis profas.
Nom. Nu, iš fishingo dar neišlendau koks iš profas. Bet pumpą jau turiu. Dervaterėse būčiau užgaudęs tas dūkus, būčiau nupysęs aš.
Paspausk inventory. Ant kiek turi GC bufferį, tu ar max?
Ne.
Experimental.
10 sekundžių tėra matau.
Ne, GC bufferį.
Bigi žinau. Ant dusto, kurį yra jis.
Experimental.
256 kas yra.
Maxa, ne?
Ne. Maxas yra 4000.
Kaip vis max.
Kodėl? Kas tau taip?
Visus šūdus kolektina daugiau. Geriau bus.
Nežinau, man nėra skirtumą.
Tau tipo ramo daugiau naudos ir FPS daugiau bus.
Kad tai taip nenaudoju, tu ramo. Turiu tram 2. Naudoja 6,5.
Tai jau beveik pakrojo, tai greitai, na. Tu savo monsterį raudoną kažkokį kuruoja.
Nu man.
Bet jisai ne blogas. Su braškiam su ko ten kuruoja.
Spausdina kažką valšelis.
Einat lokint kažkaip dukiam, kad nebūtų.
Babaža. Žesingais jau.
Jo.
Pasidaryk tiesiog.
Tipo dukiam FPS-ui, kad nebūtų užlokint.
Ai, nu eina štai. Kažkur yra.
Kada kur užkrauna per kokius 5 sekundės, ne? Jau antrą kartą jungiasi.
Na, kaip to gerai. Man. Gerai.
Ai, da, kuro eilė.
Koks tau nikas, ką žinai?
Tapas. Kai ant Steam'o CS'o. Tapas. Su Putinu turi būti.
Dar nerado. Dar nesi servė neranda, tas negali klaną pakest.
Eilė, na, jau pana.
Kiek yra?
0, tipo.
Aik to, kokia ilga yra?
Rumunės 3. Gal kuro nebekrešins, na, haristas. Krešindavo anksčiau.
Oi, nežinau, aš nieko.
Įsikepti, na.
Aš einu valandą į pizzą įsikepsiu.
Aš tai gatavo turiu, dasidedu viskas.
Nu tau gerai, man tai pasidaryti. Ne, tai aš gatavas.
Ir tešlos irgi turiu.
Ir tešlą irgi pasidaryti.
Ne. Tai nusiperku.
Nebuvau mieste aš.
Daug reikia kainuoti tešlą. Picom. Ta kvadratinė.
Nedaug.
Eina, aš ką nors nesim pavalyti. Eina, what the fuck, blėt. 2 štukas pingo.
Kiek?
2 štukas pingo.
Tau? Man 7.
A, irgi?
Aha.
Parustat, kur update'as kažkoks.
Gali būt. Ai ne. Grįžo normaliai atgal. Nu, nenormaliai, bet grįžo.
Irgi mažai FPS. Reikia 105 FPS. Nesuprantu šiandien. Ką čia padaryt, kad būtų FPS, ne? Bando patatai iš grafikos. Tas pats bybis.
Bra, užpisa.
Lygiai tik naudoja viską.
Mažai.
CPU RAM, GPU 26. Tau irgi tas pats?
Nemanau. Man net nerodo. Nežinau, neim pajungt. Performance. Šiam kiam jama.
Žinai, kiek ramų jama. 10 gimų. Tas manandžiai. Žinau, dėl ko mane performina. Ramų 9% jama. Reikia antivirusinę nachą išjungti. Dėl ramų irgi gali būti, ne kažkokios nėra.
Nežinau. Gali, bet tau nieks neėma dabar.
Ramus beveik visas naudoja.
Nu va, pas mane tik 7 naudoja, pas tai visus, bile, achuja, ne.
Nesuprantu, ne. Jeigu nėra tiek FPS, kur reikia žaisti ant 104 Hz.
Nu, va viršelį tam.
14 kempį reikia žaisti. Pakviesi klaną.
Koks klanas? O ne koks klanas, koks klanas.
Kur tu čia išeisi, ne?
Kur tu вообще esi?
Nerodo.
Nerodo?
Ai, vo, netoli iš.
Ai, vo, netoli tu. Chatą pastatai, ateinu aš.
Ne, aš ateinu pas tavęs, aš.
Aš nieko neturiu. Ką tu nori iš manęs?
Kitas servas grybas, kurio 9 pingo.
Tu kokį tu nori lietuvišką, bre? Nėra lietuvišką servą.
Čia žaidžiam jaučia kurva us, nahai.
Nifiga ne us.
We are all nodes, matai, prašė.
Nu, kur naudus padėjai. Etapai ką? Ką? Ką, etapai, kur naudai mano?
Šimtas kem FPS.
Matau, parbėga nubas.
Tuoj grįš.
Vanūta šitas picos darytojas juodas. Aš ne juodas, ne, baltas. Juodas. Tapas. Nu juodas.
Negaliu.
Tu juodas, aš ją. Matai? Baltas. O tu juodas.
Likas.
O tu juodas. Su juodais plaukais juodas. Juodas. Nu juodas, ką darom? Ei, pastatyk bazę, man aš bijau išeiti šią su 500 kem skrepą.
Nu, man. Reiktų statyti.
Ne, tu eik statyt. Taip, taip. Matai nors vieną žmogų, kai eilink čia?
Na.
Kur gyvenam? Man atrodo, jolo, bėgam ir miršta mane. Ką mastai?
Lagino, nahoj, gima.
Pusim tavo į oką, grėsia, kult, žmonės. Lagina, kas tu lagina FPS-ą? O kaip fainiai. Nusipirkai kompą.
Nėra FPS-ą, čia.
Kiek yra?
110.
Nu, to neužtenka. Man 7. 7.3, 7.5, 7.6 čia va.
25 tai buvo 30 GPU naudojama. Labai buvo.
Tas ramų nėra pas ten. Ramų trūksta. Bent jau rusai tai ja, jei to naudoja visus beveik.
100% naudoja.
Nu tai va, nu. Užteks
Teks ramų pirkti.
Užteks to FPS-ą.
9% užim ramų.
Tai mes žadam kažkur eit, nežadam.
Alačiau, bandau tvarkytis.
Kas tu esi toks tvarkytojas? Reikalų tvarkytojas, bet... Žinau, kur galim varyt. Į lepsus. Eim lepsus. Dabar aš karalius. O, matai, rusai yra. Jei rusai yra, reiškia ne anglų. Ne US yra, reiškia.
За 100 дерева, 100 крафта. Как
Матай?
Иди нахуй! Это Байтон. Иди нахуй, русские!
У меня реально нету дерева.
Иди нахуй! Иди нахуй!
Kai kokia žuvis pasarė.
Гандон, иди нахуй, гандон!
Ha. Davo mano čia nahai viršus. Mano viršus, bivičiau.
O jeigu aš dėl visai jungsiu, ne?
Einame, žais ten einam, aš nesuprantu. Tai kokie pikti įračiuvai laukia. O koks piktas pareina. Kurintingi čia. Kokas sušaudė šitą juodą. Jau gau rasistas turėtas. Turetas ne rasistas. Baltą nužudė turetas yra rasistas ant baltų. Viskas nupirkau aš tau, ko reikia mum. Eisim grybaut. Nu, einam.
Bet čia nesąmonė yra.
Kiek tu nori FPS, aš nesuprantu. 300. Čia tau nesisės. Tau čia net CSGO yra. Nebus 100 PM visą laik tikrai. Su tavo kompu. Neturi.
Turi.
Kur tu žiūrėjai YouTube'ai? Kai byčia čuvakas tušiam serve?
Ne tušiam.
Ne tušiam. Įbėti ne tušiam, nematei tai nieko. Tušiam serve pamatėjai, galvoji dabar būsi, jeigu nebūsi. Ir dar nepažiūrėjai, kiek ramučiuos turi vapšia.
Vaida, pakei minit, žinau, kas bus. Graphics settings.
Užpisa jau lauk. Einu aš vienas.
Options, aha.
Legally blind.
I'm legally blind.
Tai Pideras su Thompsonu, ne, su Pythonu. Gal su Revu вообще. Pidero. Viskas. Nu, žaidžiam.
Nein,
Atik čia.
Palauk dar.
Apipisa mane.
High grafikas atriu, varom žaisti.
Atik čia.
Neužšoksiu.
Atik čia. Išmėsi man to, ko tau reikia.
Pizda, ne?
Tu čia greičiau kažkas nupisė greičiau, nei tu ateisi čia.
Nemoku šokinėti, ne?
Kai nupis viską tai. Va, tu būsi strėlininkas. Ai va, dar klopą jam pasikylink, pasigamink rūbų.
Vieną settingą padarai į...
Nors tau nereik rūbų. Daug sėsi. Rūbų nereik.
Kokia raidė ten būdavo? H, ne?
H.
Overloot.
Pasidarė čia.
Kas čia F13, ne?
Kas F13? Ką tu pasarėjai? Lauksime mes. Likas tai juodas.
Kurva.
Da, treisis. Pasiruošęs eiti į Underwater Lapsus. Gal draugų susiraisim. Uljola.
O 800 skepą valtai.
Kiek dabar FPS turi?
102.
What? Tau nekyla FPS? Man tai kyla. Kaip smagu turėti beveik vienodai FPS, man 110.
O man nahu, blokit, tai kažkaip yra. Negali būti, kad tiek FPS matai.
Pasidarai, kad būtų unlimited FPS, tipo. Gerai, pohui, kiek to FPS turi būti jau. Man 100 kem FPS. Gerai, Jola, varom. Jolo! Turime vienodai įėjimą varyti. Varom į tą dešinę.
Nieko nematau, žinok, palauk biškį.
Tai aš palauksiu. Mane matai dešiniai sėti.
Šitavo niką, sakau, nematau nieką, žinok.
Šviečia. O, kur variklys, greičiau varom?
Pizda man. Leis.
Kur leisk apsirengt? Gerai, dabar tyliai. Kaip manai, yra čia kažkas?
Man reikia atsihilinti.
Nestepsim. Ai, tai kanda.
Jo.
Ai, subinė. Yra numestų dalykų, akmuo yra numestas. Kažkas vaikšta tyliai.
Neikedas, kurio su kirviu laukia.
Jo, kažkas yra.
Jo, yra. Viršai.
Ble, kurva, čia recai yra pisnachai čia.
Botai gal.
Gali būt.
Ne, duris darinėjai.
Nupisau. Tik čia ką turi. Apsimaukio hezą jo. Apsimaukio hezą, ble.
Pizda, man 100 šiam radiacijos.
Tai apsimau hezą greičiau, dalbajobė. Ir healinkis. Kam tu atidarei?
Nedariau!
Šio čia. Šio čia.
Aš mirsiu, man 100 spam radiacijos.
Nupisau šiai. Nemirk. Kur man neleidžia healintas? Kurva. Tavo, turiu bandažus game. Niek nežinau, turiu. Niek nežinau, Thompson turiu.
Nieko nežinau, nacha, bibi dėl. Einu, tai grįšiu.
O kurva, kitas kai loaded. Nežinau, ką daryt, na, apsiverksiu šiam. Bet nežinau, ką mes lauk. Vis tiek pasihiliname. Nu, na, kaip jaučiau, sako, mes buvom dviesi, likau vienas. Visas išnešiau vienas.
Nu?
Visas išnešiau vienas, koks aš profas.
Tai bėgu, aš išvišingą palauksiu, gerai?
Ja, daugiau variantų ir nėra. Aš noriu pirmai pasihylint pilnai. Turi 15 kulkų Thompsone. Svosmanės nenupisuoja, man atrodo kulkos pasibaigė. Čia kas gavo Thompsoną neiškreitas 7 kulkom ir nepataikė visų.
Ak, aš sakai, kam atidarei, kurio pats atidarė čia?
Ne, aš atidariau, jis taip atidarė, nu.
Nu, tu tipo, kam atidarei šauką?
Aš galvoju, kad tu atidarei, žinai, netyčia, ne. Galvoju, what the fuck atidarai, na. Aš taip galvoju, ką jie dviesi čia. Čia reikia neužmiršti, kad dviese turi mažiausiai būti žmonių.
Bet iš tokio range'o, kur nupisai?
Kai yra šitas. Dėl to aš misiją ir įvykdžiam. Kur mano fliperiai dinga? Gerai, rykly dabar tik svarbiausia nepabučiuok manęs.
Reikia eit pažiūrėti YouTube, kas čia gali būti.
Nežinau, kas čia gali būti. Turiu Thompsoną.
GPU naudoja.
A tik GPU?
GPU, CPU вообще nenaudoja.
Ai, nenaudoja. Nu, žiūrim, negyvas dvasias nematau. Kur mano valtis, na? Bля, kai toli valtis, nahoj. Šito вообще apversta, nahoj.
Man druskas tais čiuvais.
Kodėl taip sakai?
Pasiėmė siutą, nahoj.
Iš kur?
Iš fishingą nusipirka.
Nu, ir tik einam, man pochai yra.
PDB.
Su valtim?
Ne.
Tai pochai yra, ne, išsikrauna. Nežinau, grįžta šalia, gal turi Thompsoną, laimingas esu. Thompsonas su 15 kulkų, ble. Turiu Thompsoną, 2 sečelius, 2 molius. Gali medinę bazę išeiti. 2 moliai. Šiam 9 SMG semi kulkos kažkodėl. Thompsoną neturėjo. Semi niekur nemačiau. Taip Bibi žino, kam tas kulkas čia. Kaip čia skrepo daug turėsiu.
Tai buvo free synkas kepina ir vietų tada žiūrėjau.
Išjungiai?
Nežinau, reikia pažiūrėti. Gali būti.
Nežinau, aš tokių šūdų neturiu įsijungęs.
AMD free sync.
No.
Tipo neįjungęs.
Nereik man. Niekom nepadeda man. Turiu narelį mažą, matau kaip laukia dūkas. Eisim pavydekt kažką. Grįžau iš mūsų kelionės. Mirė tik nesvarbu žmonės, svarbiausiai išliko. Rasistai tie priešai parašyta, kokie jie rasistai. Nužudė tave vienintelį. Ir kokie rasistai, ne? Kokie rasistai? Nupisu man valti rasistas. Įstrigino mano valti rasistas, o koks geras rasistas. O koks protingas rasistas įstrigina valti. Pablokime sen. Kur tu apšėsi po vandeniu? Man atrodo, kad tu čia esi, bet... Juodas hatai marina. Ką juodas hatai. Kai išnešiau, su geram kulkom.
Juodas hatai valgo pizzą.
Gerai, kai kulkos geras buvo šitam shotgunė. Pump. Parke buvo misija padaryti, vis tiek teammate'as. Niekam net nepataikė, ne? Ir aš juos abu žaidžiau, tu nespėjai nieko padaryti. Bet ilgai Thompsoną galim, tik išvarėm, jau Thompsoną turim. Kakachamba, yeah. Skrapo tik daugėja, o dėti net ratos neturim kur. Aš toks turtingas. Turiu beveik 2 štuką metalo, 100 high quality, štuką klofą. 2 tram crudoilą ir dar 900 skrepo. Ir dar vis dar hatos neturim. Ir vis dar hatos neturim. Jau tier 2 galėčiau pagaminti mum. Ir išmok Thompsoną. Ir iškart pagaminti galėčiau, nes turiu SMG budgets 2 ir 5 springus. Tai man reikia susimastyti. Man tapai. Čia kažkur reikia pasistatyti bazę, aš taip mąstau. Gal ir man į pizzą pasidaryti, po valandos grįžčiau. Tai čia jau kalašą turėtum. Arba reikia pažiūrėti, gal kažką lengvo turiu pavalgyti, kokius saus pusryčių. Taip, gera idėja. Nu, pasidariau pizzą. Jau pavalgėtų pizzą?
Štai pipis, na.
Nieko negirdžiu, nahui, kad tu bazarini.
Ką?
Te. Štai bibis. Bet koks pasikėlęs esi dabar. Seniau užtekdavo, va, 6 šiam FPS, dabar jau nori virš 102.
Aišku. Tu nenorėtum?
Ne, pokui. Kai tik nieko nenušoji. Aš buvau su 7 nušojau. Bet kokius keistus sapnus sapnuoju pastaruoju laiko. Į veną nahui uždarė mane. Kažkokie grobikai nahui. Į veną. Nu tipo, nežinau kaip vadinas tas. Į autobusiuką, ne? Ir mes buvom 3 netoli policijos, tipo, pastato, uždaryti į veną. Ir, tipo, aš galvojau, kaip pabėgta, ne? Ir sakiau jums, 3, tipo, čiovakai, davai, tu pirmas bėga, ne? Ir jis, tipo, distraktins, ne? Ir aš pabėgsiu. Čiovakas pasigaidino, nebėgo, ne? Ir aš paskui pamačiau, kai nusisuko tie grobikai manęs, ne? Ir pabėgau apšiai į kitą pusę. Ne į mentinę, o kažkur nahui nubėgau. Ir paskui jie mane gaudė. Paskui kažkokioj hatui pasislėpiau. Bairis. Ir tipo kažkokį žmogų radau, sakau, skambinu policijai, nahui, da kažką. Ir girdžiu, kaip pareina vagis, tai Bibi žino ir atsikėliau paskui. Ar pagavo mane, nepagavo. Bibi žino. Gaidys kažkoks nesapnas, kur galėjau kokį beisbolkę susirasti su pistašas.
Dabar atsargiai šūlė, eiko.
Sakai, kažką reiškia tas sapnas?
Bibi žino.
Be šansų. Kas mane grobs, be? Pinigų nesinešioju daug. Kas mane grobs, dėl ko? Organai visi prarūkyti. Nėra, kol grob manęs.
Reikia nusikopinti načiuvo settingus.
A taip gražu.
Nurodyk toliau, ble, neįdomu tau kontrolai.
Žmogus norėjo savo kontrolės parodyti, o tu.
is on.
Viskas žygis pavalgė. Dabar profas esu. Škai profo galės jis gaunu. Tai dar atsigerti. Oi, miega timeitas, juodas.
Why you racist?
Tai rūstėt juodas. Rūdas gal čia labiau. Rūdas esi.
Why you racist, bro? Why you?
Kelkis rūdas.
Gerai, kelios, na, einu parūkyti.
Kai tu keliesi, eini parūkyti. Gal aš noriu parūkyti. O apie mane nepagalvojai. Rūdas prisikėlė. What the fuck was that? Oi, Rūdas juda.
Net į dangų žiūri, net nepakilna FPS. Nuvarom kažką padaryti.
Man kažkaip labai daug FPS, kažkaip netgi keista.
Eksensą pasimažinti kurvą.
Tiek pat tiek tau FPS. What the fuck, 108 FPS tau irgi?
Ne, man iš 110, bro.
Jekauju. 7-3 man. Į dangų žiūriu kiek. Į dangų pakyla. Ant 2 FPS.
Nu varom.
Kur varom?
Kažką daryt.
Ką nori daryt?
Duok pompą.
Oi, ble, neįsimėt.
Daug sečelį.
Ką mastam?
Turi hezę, ne?
Ne, nepaėliau. Gal dar daug laufo tau. Nežinau, ką daryt.
O, ką reikia daryti?
Tada to aš ir nenoriu išeiti.
O, ką reikia daryti? To šaudyti.
Nes va toks piderastas išlydys, nušaus mane. Kaip praeiti
Taip medžiai atrodo chujovi, blet.
Manau, jolo, bėgam rapai į šoną. Kaip manai?
Alak, to kraftina viską man.
Vis tiek mes be bazės nieko nepadarom. Poka man.
Reikia atsihilinti, da.
Mirsi, kažkas gaus 900 skrepo, bus laimingas. O, fulkitas kaip tik va ateina. Bля, tai sitoj tam krūme, kai marinim prie sezoną, ne? Su pumpu ištaškaičiu, va, ne? Tada žygis eina paim. Bre, čia kas eina ten, kur mum reikia eiti, tai žiūrėk, matai? O ne duchas. Ir eida varo vienas, ais vienas, tai yra duchas. Bre, aš nenoriu pas tą pulkytą, ką darom. Einam tada į dešinę. Bet ir dešinėje mus gali nupisti iš tikrųjų. Ai, jala. Kas argi tūrė, tai čia yra prie tų dūkų bazės. Kai FPS pamažėja miške. Turės stauną, akmenį.
Jo. Ne, neturiu.
O, tai kurva, tai kaip mes kurva pasikirsim, supastai, kad hatą pasistatyt.
Nu, įsivaizduoju.
Tai miris me dab čiūva į priekį vienas. Vienas čiūvas krūme, tiesiai. Tokiam. Mačiau čiūvą krūme, jis pradingo patas. Baba, žanahoj, paliekamės ir ramybė. O čia dabar tai... Aš nenoriu šaudyti su fucking to šūkų laiku. Šauk tai, nu. Škulką neturi tiek. Nušovė?
Ne.
Aš škulką neturiu... Turiu pataikyti 3 kulkas.
Kur? Pašaviau.
Nice.
Oho, bazę turi.
Turim bazę? Nice.
Jo. Imk, viską eitum.
Ką, imk, einam statyt, bet atik čia. Čia pasistatysim, jolo, įleis.
Kuro hamerio neturiu. Kraftinti. Kur tas hameris apšė?
Kai čia statyt neleidžia, nahai.
DC viską turiu.
Suka, pačio yra. Bet 3 kulkas.
Nes per tą šū...
Čia gal leis statyt kažko. Lybė neleidžia.
Miške reikia įstatyti.
Aš nenoriu tą mišką eit, bet reiks Matau. Kad ir miške visur, nacho, yra. Matai, visur baizas. Va čia per viduriuką įleistų būt zaibis. O, leidžia. Jo, leidžia. Arba va, žia hatą gal turim. Iškart. Va, pakabino mane. Pakabino! Gavau damage, what?
Turim hatą, statyk sienas.
Statyk sienas, damage aš gaunu. Statyk tavo sienas. Daro man tas durės, nedaro.
Kaip tu atsidėti?
Nežinau, bet kaip.
Prie galinės sienas ar šoninės?
Tai viena atidėk, kokia yra man.
Turiu single duris, bet tai...
O tai stauno neturi?
Ne, būda tikiuosi.
O, būda.
Turiu kodlokus.
Tai dėk.
Taip jau čia su kodu, ne?
Užrakink, blėd, dalbajavę. Užrakinau. Gerai atidarinė duris, atidaryk duris.
Ne, negaliu.
Kodas, žinai, yra viršutinė. Nuo viršaus, nuo kairės iki dešinę ir tada 5. Va, matai?
Dėk dar vienas duris neturi. Ai, aš galiu padaryti.
Aš galiu pats padaryti, bet reikia fucking padėti tą. Gal iškart į metalo, ne, nevarik. Iškart ir du reikia daryti išmokti šūdus šitos.
on, man! Eis ryškitina, ne?
A jis taip sakė, typa?
Jo, kai nuo manęs bėga.
Negirdėjau. Nereičkvicina. Bent jau man taip atrodo.
Išlyvina jisai, miegojo jau.
Man rodė, kad tiesiog paguldytas buvo ir viskas. Babaža. Miegoja, nemiegoja. Toj tu miegosi. Na kągi, šiandieną mes išmoksime Thompsoną.
Neturi pumpa kulkų.
Ne. Iš kur aš tokių gausiu, tam apaiškiam.
Jas tą padarykite, prašau.
Tu pasidaryk.
Neturiu metalo.
Nu, kai liūna tau. Kada čia išmokos iš kartą? DB gal išmok?
Ką čia dar išmokau? Ką čia dar išmokau? Ką čia dar išmokau? Ką čia dar išmokau?
Tokie duris padarei ir dėsi.
Nedariau, aš single duris, sakau, turiu.
Ai, tai toks bomžas. Tai griūna kažkas bomžai didesnė už mus. O ten kažkas turtingi. Šitam pasaulyje yra keli rūšiai žmonių. Yra bomžai ir yra didesni bomžai. Tai yra mes. Bomžai.
Bomžai stauno neturime, einu nachui.
Kiek to pingo bomžė?
9-3.
O kiek mažai.
Neturi sterilių, bomžas.
Nieko neturiu, nachai. Viską tau atidėjau bomžę. Ką aš norėjau?
Lokas, čia buvo. Aš turiu kod loką. Nu, blei, kaip tu kraftinai?
Nekraftinau, turėjau aš. Talpa jo, bet...
Blei, man reikia stauno kažkaip gauti.
Nesuprantu šitą bairą. Kaip aš galiu streaminti
Tu
Valorantą.
nebelakink, nachai.
Kaip aš galiu streaminti Valorantą, bet Rustas nesistreamina. Kažkokia nesąmonė. Nesuprantu aš logikos šitą geimą. Gali būt, kad Rusas tiek Intiko pizdina, what the fuck.